Chapter 1507. Netherworld, Outer South Continent. The Boulder Race and the Great Evil World's demons stood on opposite sides. At this moment, no one made a move. They were all waiting for the result of the battle between Jiangchen and the Lotus God. When the Lotus God mobilized the power of the Great Evil World, all the demons frowned. This was the first time the Lotus God had mobilized so much power. However, no one knew how the battle would go, so they could only wait patiently. Another day passed. Rumble! In the distant starry sky, a large number of stars were blown away by a huge impact. Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan's eyes focused. They're back! Beside him, Desolation Hua said in a low voice. Chujiang Hall. Ancestor Nether River's eyes focused slightly. In the great benevolence world, Grand Venerable Yu Tian narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, among the rippling stars, two figures of light rushed straight down. They were so fast that they reached the ground in the blink of an eye. Boom! Jiangchen and the Lotus God returned, and a huge impact swept out in all directions with them as the center. Whoosh! Violent gales blew the entire territory into disarray. The demons and the Boulder Race steadied themselves and looked over. True Master? Master? The two subordinates were about to greet him respectfully, but they were instantly suppressed by the atmosphere in front of them. Just like before, Jiangchen and the Lotus God faced each other. Their bodies were restored to their previous state, without a trace of injury. Their clothes were also neat and tidy. The two looked at each other coldly. After a moment of silence, the Lotus God took a deep breath. Everyone in the Great Evil World, leave the Netherworld. What? The demons immediately cried out in surprise. What was going on? Why did they have to leave? Let's go. The Lotus God turned and left with a few strong practitioners. The demons suddenly trembled and looked at Jiangchen, who was not far away, in fear. They turned and left with the Lotus God. Jiangchen watched the Lotus God and said again, Lotus God, the Great Evil World's outer south continent is mine. If you have any subordinates, move them all away within half a month. The Great Evil World's outer south continent? After the battle, the Lotus God not only gave up the outer south continent of the First World, but also a continent of the Great Evil World? The result was self-evident. True Lord is invincible, Pan Jia shouted excitedly. Almighty True Lord! The Boulder tribe cried out in excitement. But Jiangchen didn't say anything. He twisted his body, and the enormous golden wings on his back slowly retracted. He returned to his normal human form. His long golden hair gave off a domineering aura. Jiangchen didn't respond. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Rumble! The entire starry sky was shaking rapidly. This is? Countless experts in the surroundings revealed looks of astonishment. Within the Great Qin City, Zombie Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. This is the Great Evil World? At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, the Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes as well. Master, why are the heavens and earth rumbling? The Ice God asked curiously. The outer south continent of the underworld of the Great Evil World is about to overlap with the outer south continent of the First World. The Nether River Patriarch's expression darkened. Boom! Sure enough, the underworld's outer south continent suddenly shook, and a huge suction force sucked the countless dead spirits into the sky. The sky was filled with chaos, and it was like the scene when the three worlds collided with the first world. In an instant, the cultivators outside could no longer see anything in the outer south continent with their naked eyes. At that moment, if one was in Wuji, one would realize that there was a tremor at the border between the Great Evil World and the First World. Another continent from the Great Evil World slowly merged into the First World. The two realms of the underworld continued to fuse together. Boom, boom, boom. The world changed and the world was shocked. However, everything seemed to be just the beginning. Meanwhile, the starry sky in the mortal realm also began to tremble. Almost at the exact same time, the earth around the northwestern continent in the mortal realm suddenly began to tremor violently. In an instant, countless powerhouses in the mortal realm turned their heads to look. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Yan Chuan in human form also suddenly felt the changes in the world. He quickly flew to the peak of a mountain and looked towards the northwest continent. The northwest continent is in chaos. What's going on? Mo Yushi asked in surprise. The greater thousand worlds, Zhong Shan. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. In such a short time, the Lotus God's army attacked the three lands, but Zhong Shan took down the northwest continent with lightning speed? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. How is that possible? The factory guards send news back to Xianyang every day. Why didn't we receive any news? Mo she said in surprise. Zhong Shan is as immovable as a mountain, but once he moves, he will be as fast as lightning. Maybe it will only take a day to take down the northwest continent. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. A day? How is that possible? Mo she exclaimed. One had to know that was a continent that was 36 territories, and he could take it all in a day? Was this a joke? Didn't you see that the Lotus God took a lot of time to open up new territories? A day? No, it's possible, because Zhong Shan knows more about war than the Lotus God. The Lotus God scattered his forces, while Zhong Shan concentrated his forces to take down a continent. Obviously, Zhong Shan did a thorough investigation of the northwest continent some time ago, and there are no powerful people in the northwest continent. Zhong Shan mobilized the forces of the greater thousand worlds, and after arranging his troops, he swallowed the northwest continent in one fell swoop at the fastest speed. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi frowned. Even now, Mo Yushi could not accept the speed of the greater thousand worlds. A day, just a day? Don't worry too much. Zhong Shan's battle is very different from the Lotus Gods. The Lotus God thinks that he is the only one in the world, so he is steadily expanding his territory. Zhong Shan, on the other hand, is different. Zhong Shan is winning by surprise. This move can only be used once. The Lotus God only used a portion of his experts to conquer the world. Zhong Shan, on the other hand, used the experts of the entire greater thousand world to conquer the northwest continent. Although he only took action for a day, he definitely planned for more than a day. Yen Chuan said. But in the end it's still too fast. Mo Yushi sighed. As she sighed, the northwest continent of the Yang realm was still rapidly merging with the greater thousand worlds. Boom! The great vile world and the greater thousand worlds were rapidly merging with the first world. The Lotus God returned to the 10,000 Lotuses Sea. Although the Lotus God's robes hadn't been damaged in the battle with Jiangchen, the result of giving up the great vile world was self-evident. As for Jiangchen and the Lotus God's injuries, no one knew. After returning to the 10,000 Lotuses Sea, the demon's expressions were unsightly. The Lotus God's mood was naturally even worse. But at that moment, someone else came to make things difficult for the Lotus God. It was Tiangang, the High Priest of the East, and King Bingfeng's spawn. The three of them reprimanded Yen Chuan in front of the Lotus God. What? You lost the southeast continent? The Lotus God said in a low voice. Master, please make a decision. It's all Yen Chuan's fault. Yen Chuan took advantage of your absence to ambush me and kill my true body, King Bingfeng's derivative said bitterly. HM? The Lotus God's expression darkened. Obviously, King Bingfeng's derivative wasn't telling the truth. Tiangang didn't dare hide anything. He immediately recounted everything in detail. Bastard, the Lotus God scolded. The three of them immediately looked ashamed. But the Lotus God didn't scold them again. After all, she just lost a continent. Her mistake was even worse than King Bingfeng's. After all, Jiangchen had obtained a continent in the Great Vile World. Correspondingly, he could roam the Great Vile World unhindered. The Lotus God was in a very bad mood. He looked up and saw that one of the continents in the Great Thousand World was merging with the Northwest continent. She'd lost, but the Greater Thousand Realm Lord, Zhong Shan, had won? Master, Yen Chuan is still in the Southeast continent. He's at the entrance of the Golden Palace. King Bingfeng's derivative said again. The Lotus God turned her gaze to the entrance of the Golden Palace. My lord, please avenge me, my lord. King Bingfeng's derivative said again. The Golden Palace? The Lotus God's expression darkened. At this moment, Yan Chuan was alone outside? Master, if you take down Yan Chuan, you can obtain a continent. If you kill the Golden Emperor, you can also obtain a continent. Master. King Bingfang's derivative said bewitchingly. The Lotus God, who was in a bad mood, looked at Yan Chuan in the distance. Her expression changed slightly. She was about to get up, but just as she took a step, she sat down again. In her sleeve, the Lotus God's right hand, which no one could see, trembled slightly. There were a lot of claw marks on it. It was obviously injured by Jiangchen. However, the Lotus God naturally didn't want to give up the opportunity now. Buzz! The green lotus seal between her eyebrows suddenly flew out. The Lotus God's consciousness attached. Boom! The Lotus God's projection went out again. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, it instantly appeared in the southeast continent. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the entrance of the Golden Palace. Boom! Billowing storms and huge waves crashed. Countless experts at the entrance of the Golden Palace were immediately knocked down. The Lotus God's projection looked down coldly at the countless experts below. Under the suppression of a huge aura, countless cultivators couldn't even raise their heads. Yan Chuan and Mou Shi arrived at the entrance of the Golden Palace. At this moment, the Golden Palace was covered in a golden shield. Obviously, this was a barrier set up by the Golden Emperor. Yan Chuan stood in front of the barrier and looked coldly at the Lotus God in the sky. The Lotus God descended with divine might. In the blink of an eye, countless lotus flowers covered the golden territory. Lotus God? The expressions of the Golden Emperor's subordinates changed drastically. The Lotus God was the realm lord of the great evil world. What should they do? Yan Chuan's gaze was cold. He took a step forward and a great emperor altar suddenly appeared. Standing on the altar, Yan Chuan looked coldly at the sky. However, the Lotus God's aura was too strong. Even with a great emperor altar, the Lotus God suppressed the surrounding void until it trembled. Boom! Another great emperor altar suddenly appeared under Yan Chuan's feet. Two great emperor altars? The Lotus God's projection's face darkened. Lotus God, we meet again? Yan Chuan said coldly. Yan Chuan held the great heavenly seal in his hand. Although his tone was casual, he was still extremely careful. Yan Chuan, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you kept making things difficult for me. You're courting death. Don't blame me. The Lotus God said coldly. Chapter 1508. Yan Chuan, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you kept making things difficult for me. You're courting death, so don't blame me for it. Lotus Deity said coldly. As soon as Lotus Deity finished speaking, her terrifying aura intensified. Under the immense pressure, layers of giant waves appeared in the surrounding void. Many of Golden Thearka's subordinates were knocked down by the impact. The impact of the aura pressured the shield outside the Golden Palace, causing ripples to appear on the shield. Of course, the one bearing the brunt of the aura was Yan Chuan, who was standing on the two great emperor altars. Boom! Yan Chuan's long hair suddenly turned blood red. When he used the Blood Sea superpower, the surroundings turned into a vast ocean. He stood on the Blood Sea with a towering cypress tree behind him. Connected to the stars in the sky, rolling power surged toward Yan Chuan. Facing Lotus Deity, even if it was just a projection, Yan Chuan no longer underestimated her. Her power climbed to the highest level. Behind him, Mou Shi looked nervous, but Yan Chuan looked proud. Make things difficult? Today, I'll make things difficult for you. What are you going to do about it? Yan Chuan said coldly. I don't care how great your karma is. You're courting death by blocking my path. Lotus Deity shouted coldly. As she spoke, Lotus Deity's projection struck toward Yan Chuan with a palm strike. With a strike of her palm, a giant lotus seal came down from above and pressed toward Yan Chuan. Under the immense force, it tore the void apart with an unstoppable force. The power of great Emperor Ziwei? You're just a projection after all. Yan Chuan smiled coldly. He stretched out his right hand, and in his palm was the great Emperor Heavenly Seal. Ordained by the heavens, I shall live forever. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! 3 giant heavenly meridians suddenly appeared around Yanchuan. The forward heavenly meridian, Xing heavenly meridian, and fighting heavenly meridian each led hundreds of heavenly laws. Boom! Several hundred strands of heavenly Tao power surged toward Yanchuan's grand heavenly seal. The power of the heavenly Tao, the power of the blood sea, the power of the stars, and the power of the great emperor's altar poured in. The great heavenly seal instantly swelled to over 10,000 times its original size, and a golden aura surged around it like a thick fog. With an unstoppable force, it collided with the Lotus God's giant lotus seal. Lotus Goddess was slightly taken aback. Boom! The great stabilizing heavenly seal and the giant lotus seal collided. Strong winds swept out in all directions from the point of collision. Even though the void had been shattered, there was still a violent storm that tore through all directions. Boom! His robes violently fluttered. Yanchuan's face was ferocious. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the veins on his face bulged. Yanchuan used all of his strength to bombard the giant seal. The surrounding subordinates of the Golden Great Emperor were blown away in all directions by the storm. Rumble! A loud sound rushed into the 9 heavens. The sea of blood surged, and the starry sky flickered. The lotus deity's face darkened. Yanchuan's face was ferocious. A ferocious aura rushed out. Yanchuan roared. The sea of blood exploded, and the starry sky flickered. Boom! Under the tremendous force, the great heavenly seal suddenly exploded. Yanchuan retreated slightly, and so did the lotus deity in midair. The giant lotus seal exploded, leaving only the great heavenly seal floating steadily in midair. Eventually, it shrunk and fell back into Yanchuan's palm. They were actually evenly matched after one collision? Neither of them gained any advantage? The surrounding subordinates of the Golden Great Emperor opened their mouths wide. That was the lotus deity. Even if it was just a projection, it was still the lotus deity. Yanchuan was actually able to contend with it? Outside North Continent, Zhongshan had left to fuse with the Northwest Continent, while Jian Ao had been staring at the south. The loud sound alarmed Jian Ao, who had been staring. This is the Ying I have been waiting for. No, the Yanchuan of this world. Jian Ao's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Outside West Continent, Wu Jiong and Skirich also looked in the direction of the loud sound. Wu Jiong and Skirich's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of surprise. Yanchuan broke through so quickly, Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Skirich, however, laughed heartily. Outside South Continent, almost all the demons revealed a look of surprise. How is that possible? How can Yanchuan block the Lord? Tian Gang said in shock. The Eastern High Priest and King Bingfang's derivative also revealed a look of shock. As for the Nether King, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the north. Golden territory. Yanchuan blocked the Lotus deity's attack with all his strength. The Lotus deity focused and stared at Yanchuan. Yanchuan, I really underestimated your growth speed. The Lotus deity's eyes were cold. It could be said that the Lotus deity had watched Yanchuan grow step by step. At that time, Yanchuan was just a mortal. How long had it been? He had grown to the point where he could contend with her? Even if it was just a projection, Yanchuan shouldn't be able to contend with it. Yanchuan grabbed the great heavenly seal and clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with determination. That attack just now was already his full strength. The Lotus deity was indeed fierce. Stepping forward to block Mo Yushi, Yanchuan looked at the Lotus deity again. Grow? You will see it again. Yanchuan said coldly. The Lotus deity snorted. She waved her hand. Boom. In the void, hundreds of identical lotus flower seals suddenly appeared. As soon as the seals appeared, a huge pressure that was dozens of times stronger than before pressed down again. Not far away, a subordinate of the Golden Great Emperor couldn't withstand the pressure and was instantly crushed into meat paste. As the 100 seals pressed down, the boundary outside the Golden Palace stirred wildly as if it would break at any time. Yanchuan glared and once again activated the great heavenly seal with all his strength, preparing to collide with the seals with a fierce expression. At this moment, The boundary outside the Golden Palace finally couldn't withstand the pressure. Boom! The enchantment outside the Golden Palace exploded with a loud bang. The huge pressure rushed straight to the Golden Palace. Under the pressure, the Golden Palace didn't shatter. Instead, a vigorous golden light suddenly burst out from the Golden Palace. Endless golden light, carrying countless merits, rushed into the sky like 100 rivers and rushed straight toward the 100 lotus seals. Boom! The loud sound shook the world. Almost all the powerhouses in the Yang realm suddenly felt their hearts beat wildly. Boom! The giant seal of 100 lotuses exploded into pieces. The lotus deity's expression changed. However, he saw the giant lotus seal explode, and the countless merits that were surging like hundreds of rivers converged at one spot. Buzz! In mid-air, the endless merits gathered and formed a huge golden seal. The seal of virtue? Mo Yushi's expression changed. She instantly recognized it. The strongest Dharma treasure of Ziwei the Great, the seal of virtue? Quang! The gate of the Golden Palace suddenly opened. The Golden Great Emperor walked out in a golden robe. How dare you! The Golden Great Emperor shouted. The seal of virtue fell from the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and pressed down on the lotus deity's projection. Under the huge pressure, 18 colored lights bloomed on the seal of virtue, dazzling heaven and earth. The lotus deity's expression changed. In a hurry, the lotus deity hit the sky with her palm. It was like a 17-colored rainbow that rushed straight toward the seal of virtue. Boom! The seal of virtue was invincible. In the blink of an eye, the lotus deity's rainbow attack was instantly shattered. The seal of virtue sealed the void and instantly closed in. The lotus deity's projection versus the seal of virtue. It was several times more powerful than Yen Chuan's great heavenly seal. It crashed down. Hong! With a loud sound, countless powerhouses around were suddenly sent flying. The seal of virtue was too fierce. Even though the lotus deity was fierce, she was powerless in front of the seal of virtue. Boom! The lotus deity's projection suddenly exploded like a glass man, instantly shattering and shooting in all directions. The lotus deity's projection was completely defeated. In an instant, the faces of countless heroes in the world suddenly changed. Previously, Yen Chuan blocked the lotus deity's attack, which was enough to shock countless people. At this moment, the Golden Great Emperor's seal of virtue instantly shattered the lotus deity's projection. Outer North Continent. The seal of virtue is shattered? The lotus deity has suffered a great loss this time. A voice suddenly sounded beside Jian Ao. It was Zhong Shan who had returned. Outer South Continent. Countless demons were in disbelief. How is this possible? The Lord's projection was destroyed? What kind of seal is that? Why is it so fierce? The seal of lotus deity was shattered, but the lotus deity's body in the million lotus sea suddenly woke up. She raised her head and looked at the entrance of the Golden Palace from afar across a large territory. In the distance, after shattering the lotus deity's projection, the Golden Great Emperor reached out and grabbed the shrunken seal of virtue. He stared at the lotus deity from afar across a large territory. The first world is no longer the weakest world in the past. The powerhouses of all eras have awakened. Lotus deity, do you really think you're invincible? The Golden Great Emperor looked into the distance and shouted coldly. In the distance, the lotus deity's expression was gloomy. She had just fought Jiangchen and was seriously injured. She couldn't go with her body, and now the Golden Great Emperor had destroyed one of her divine seals. Furious. The lotus deity was furious, but there was nothing she could do at this moment. Looking from afar, she could only give up for now and wait for another day to wash away her previous humiliation. At this moment, the Nether King beside the lotus deity made his move. The Nether King flicked his sleeve, and a vine shot toward King Bingfeng's derivative. Boom! King Bingfeng was instantly wrapped up and entangled by the vine. Nether King, what are you doing? King Bingfeng's derivative cried out in shock. How dare you be so impudent in front of the lotus deity? Tian Gang scolded. The Nether King glared at Tian Gang, then turned to look at King Bingfeng, who was entangled by the vine. You can't do anything right, the Nether King said coldly. The Lord just fought with Jiangchen and hasn't reached the peak yet. You've been bewitching the Lord to seek revenge on the Golden Great Emperor. Your stupidity caused today's disaster and caused the Lord to lose one of her divine seals. You should be killed. As soon as the Nether King spoke, the surrounding demons who were glaring angrily lost their anger. Yes, it was all King Bingfeng's fault. If it weren't for him, how could the Lotus deity make such a low-level mistake? No, I don't know, Lord. I'm loyal to the Lord. King Bingfeng's derivative cried out in shock. It's useless to quibble. King Bingfeng, you should have died that day. The Nether King shouted coldly. Boom. The vine instantly submerged King Bingfeng's derivative. A large number of poisonous vines emerged and stabbed toward King Bingfeng's derivative. No! Boom. The poisonous vines entered King Bingfeng's body and frantically extracted his essence and blood. In the blink of an eye, King Bingfeng's derivative turned into a dried corpse. He died on the spot. Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest didn't dare to say another word. The Lotus deity was furious at this moment. She acquiesced to the Nether King and also gave the demons a majestic warning. Chapter 1509. At the entrance of the Golden Palace. Golden Sovereign held the seal of virtue in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. Yen Chuan put away the great sky-stabilizing seal. A group of Golden Sovereign's subordinates rushed over excitedly. My lord is invincible. Congratulations, my lord. Everyone congratulated him. At this time, Golden Sovereign nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yen Chuan. Indeed, why are you here? Golden Sovereign looked at Yen Chuan's feet. The two great emperor altars had disappeared, but Golden Sovereign was still a little surprised. After all, there were only 9 great emperor altars in the world. Yen Chuan alone had 2? Golden Sovereign didn't know that Yen Chuan already had 3 great emperor altars at this moment. Before Yen Chuan spoke, one of his subordinates immediately came forward to report. My lord, it was I who took the initiative to invite Yen Di. The subordinate immediately apologized. Golden Sovereign was slightly puzzled. That subordinate immediately explained in detail how Lotus God attacked the world after the 4 realms came into contact, how Tian Gang, Eastern High Priest, and King Bingfeng pressured the border, how he asked Yen Chuan for help, how Yen Chuan agreed, how he faced King Bingfeng, and even how he risked his life to stay and wait for Golden Sovereign to go into seclusion after offending the great evil world. At this point, Golden Great Sovereign had completely understood. He turned his head and looked at Yen Chuan again. This time, the Golden Celestial Realm owes Yen Di a favor. In the future, if Yen Di has any requests, I will do my best to help. Golden Sovereign is too polite. Then I won't be polite, I'll remember it. Yen Chuan smiled. The 2 territories were adjacent. Although there had never been a war, the situation was destined to not be friendly for generations. It would be too fake to say that they were of the same breath and branch. Exchange of interests, this was the most practical thing. Good, Yen Di came from hundreds of millions of miles away. Prepare a banquet. Golden Sovereign laughed. A month later, the underworld, the outer South Continent, and the outer South Continent of the Great Evil World had officially merged into one. With the addition of countless demons, the southern outer continent became slightly crowded. Further south of the southern outer continent was the 5 continents of the Great Evil World. Jiangchen's territory was renamed the Corpse Progenitor's Territory. At the center, an endless number of palaces were quickly erected. Great Emperor Jiangchen had established the Jiangchen Celestial Realm. His aura was magnificent, and his voice shook heaven and earth. The central hall, Corpse Ancestor Hall. This was Great Emperor Jiangchen's main palace. However, it was different from the other great emperor's palaces. At the very least, the layout was different. The main palaces of other great emperors were majestic and austere. Emperor Jiangchen's palace, on the other hand, was extremely comfortable. Chairs were placed all around. Sit. Jiangchen smiled at Pan Jia, Pan Yi, and the others. In front of the true lord, we do not dare to be impudent. Pan Jia immediately said respectfully. I want you to sit, said Jiangchen with a slight smile. The 10 of them slowly sat down in a daze. At this moment, Jiangchen was walking around the edge of the hall, choosing fine wine. That's right, the east and west walls of Corpse Ancestor Hall were lined with countless wine partitions, each containing a bottle of fine wine. On the northern wall, a golden dragon floated, roaring savagely. Jiangchen picked a bottle of fine wine from one of the walls, then walked over to his chair. His chair wasn't the dragon throne. Instead, it was extremely smooth, like the sofas Yanchuan had seen back on Earth. It was extremely comfortable to sit on. Jiangchen sat down on a glass table in front of him. He took out a wine cup and poured himself a cup. Then he took a sip. What fine wine! After so many eras, it's become even sweeter. Jiangchen smiled. Would you like some as well? Jiangchen offered a bottle. No, we wouldn't dare. Panjia immediately said. Everyone shook their heads. In that case, forget it. Jiangchen said regretfully. None of his subordinates dared say anything. Only Panjia said, True Lord, congratulations on defeating the Lotus Goddess. Jiangchen smiled, then said, Tell me about all the major events that have happened in the past few years. Sir. Panjia immediately replied. Next, the group carefully recounted all the major events that had happened in the world. Some things were difficult to describe in a short amount of time, so they'd prepared a few jade slips. Jiangchen skimmed through them and instantly understood everything. A few days passed. By now, Jiangchen had a rough idea of what had happened in the world. As he drank fine wine, he tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa. His subordinates waited quietly. Yanchuan? Imperial sky? Refining my body? That's fine too. We'll be neighbors. Jiangchen smiled. True Lord, should we make a move now? Panjia immediately asked. Panjia was confident that, given Jiangchen's strength, he could easily capture anyone. There's no rush, said Jiangchen. The heroes of the realm have awoken, and this is the realm I want the most. Panjia, Punny, Panbing, you three go and subdue the various territory lords. Stabilize the outer southlands. Sir. The three answered. Panding, Panwu, Panji, you three gather all information about the virtuous realm, as well as that brat imperial sky. Yes, sir. Pangung, the four of you, continue to pay attention to Yanchuan. Jiangchen ordered. Sir, I still have to go see someone. When I return, I hope to see new information. Jiangchen smiled. Sir, everyone answered. In a territory of the virtuous realm, there was a palace of immortals. Inside, Grand Venerable Yutian and Dark Gui Guzi stood together. Jiangchen? Jiangchen? Grand Venerable Yutian's expression was extremely ugly. Jiangchen defeated Lotus God in his first battle. His strength is monstrous. Dark Gui Guzi said. Grand Venerable Yutian clenched his fists, his expression ugly. But it doesn't matter. Grand Venerable Yutian, you have the Heavenly Peach Sword, which counters Jiangchen. You'll definitely win. Dark Gui Guzi laughed. Oh no. I've followed Jiangchen for so many years, but I've never seen him fight with his full strength. I don't know how strong he is, and I can't see through him. I thought he was on par with Lotus God, but he still defeated her. Grand Venerable Yutian grew increasingly anxious. Then what should we do? Dark Gui Guzi frowned. Sooner or later, Jiangchen will come to find me. He will. Imperial Tian said anxiously. Then let's strike first. Imperial Tian shook his head. His former confidence seemed to have disappeared, and he was extremely worried. It's not enough. I'm already 16 heavens. It's not enough. 16 heavens? You're already an extremely strong practitioner in this world. Dark Gui Guzi advised. It's not enough unless... Grand Venerable Yutian narrowed his eyes. Unless what? Don't tell me you want to... Dark Gui Guzi's eyes widened. That's right, Yanchuan. If I can swallow him, I'll be stronger. I'll be stronger. Grand Venerable Yutian's eyes flashed with a green light. But Great Accomplishment Realm, Virtuous Realm, and Jiangchen Realm are neighbors. The three realms are in a tripartite balance, and Jiangchen is the strongest. Shouldn't you cooperate with Yanchuan? Dark Gui Guzi said solemnly. Cooperation? If I eat him, it's cooperation. Grand Venerable Yu Tian said solemnly. As he spoke, Grand Venerable Yu Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if this was the best outcome. Dark Gui Guzi's expression flickered, but he didn't stop him. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper Study. A group of important officials stood in front of Yanchuan. Grand Venerable Yu Tian has a strong desire to attack Great Emperor. Perhaps he'll do it soon. Gui Guzi said solemnly. Imperial Tian? He'll find me. Heavenly Peach Sword? Let Dark Gui Guzi find some zombies to test the Heavenly Peach Sword's various abilities. Yanchuan said solemnly. Gui Guzi replied. Great Emperor, Jiangchen left Corpse Ancestral Hall and went to the world of the living. Lu Gang said. Everyone looked at Lu Gang. Jiangchen had just taken over the Netherworld's south outer continent. Was he going to reach into the world of the living? Where did he go? Yanchuan asked solemnly. According to the factory guard's report, someone saw Jiangchen in the northeast continent. Jiangchen stopped at the entrance of the eastern territory. Lu Gang said. Dongfang Bubi? Yanchuan's expression changed. It's very likely that Jiangchen went to see Dongfang Bubi. Lu Gang nodded. Pay attention to all news from the eastern sect. Yanchuan said solemnly. Yes. Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, Central Territory. Due to the battle between Great Emperor Ziwei and Kong Huangtian, Central Territory had been torn apart. Perhaps because of the intervention of an expert, Central Territory, which had originally been torn apart, was once again mended. Moreover, it gathered dragon chi, and dragon veins once again roamed the world. On this day, at the very center of Central Territory, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth exploded. As the sound of the explosion reverberated, the void trembled. Then, endless divine light shot into the 9 heavens. In the void, it seemed both real and illusory. Suddenly, countless experts appeared out of thin air. Boom! Tall mountains suddenly appeared out of thin air. Large numbers of experts roamed the surroundings. Under the heavens, scouts from various factions quickly spread the news. In Xianyang, Yanchuan quickly led his officials to the entrance of Skyward Palace and gazed at Central Territory. He looked at the experts who'd appeared out of thin air. The Heavenly Realm? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Shadi Meng Sanxing and the others? They're finally here? Yanchuan's eyes narrowed. Boom! A loud rumble came from inside Xianyang. Yanchuan looked over and saw Empress Zizi approaching. Husband, my cultivation inexplicably broke through again. It seems that another layer of my bloodline shackles has been unlocked? Zizi said with a trace of surprise. Yanchuan looked at Zizi, then at the experts of the Heavenly Realm in Central Territory. At this moment, countless experts of the Heavenly Realm were respectfully bowing to a giant mountain. The mountain was emerald green, but in the blink of an eye, it turned pitch black, then red. The color of the mountain changed for a while, then suddenly condensed into a 7-colored divine mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple. As soon as the 7-colored divine mountain appeared, dazzling 7-colored rays of light shot into the sky, illuminating the Yang realm. Boom! The sky was filled with auspicious signs, and the Yang realm was filled with infinite brilliance. The Heavenly Realm has appeared, Yanchuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1510. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory. The Rainbow Divine Mountain illuminated the world. Auspicious signs filled the sky. It attracted the world's attention. Around the northeast continent, Eastern Territory. Inside a pavilion, Dongfang Bubi was dressed in white. His expression was cold, and his long hair was tied up with a white rope. He sat proudly on one side of the stone table. On the other side sat the golden-haired Jiangchen, who seemed incomparably noble. There was a wine bottle and a teapot on the table. In front of Dongfang Bubi was a cup of tea that emitted golden mist. Within the tea, a faint golden lotus could be seen. Myriad golden lotus tea? Unfortunately, I prefer wine. Jiangchen raised his wine cup. Jiangchen, since you've recovered, why did you come to see me? Dongfang Bubi asked in a low voice. Jiangchen smiled. We haven't seen each other in many years. What's wrong with meeting an old friend? Old friend? We're not old friends. Dongfang Bubi took a sip of tea. At that moment, the middle sky continent's celestial phenomena swept over them. The two of them looked at the continent at almost the same time. This is the God realm? Jiangchen narrowed his eyes as he sipped his wine. Rumor has it that this is a faction born at the end of the First Era. You know it too. Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. Hey, that's for the best. With all the eras restored, the world will be more interesting. Jiangchen nodded. When the four realms merge, the world will fall into chaos. Destiny will appear soon. Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. Jiangchen's expression hardened. He downed his cup of wine. So what if it appears? With so many heroes united, he might not be able to destroy the world. Shaking his head, Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. No, perhaps destiny has already appeared. Already? Dongfang Bubi said no more. He fell silent. Jiangchen fell silent as well. That person is one of your people, isn't he? Jiangchen asked. Dongfang Bubi smiled. You're finally willing to tell me why you're here. Heh. Jiangchen chuckled. Yang Realm, North Outer Continent, Cloud-Soaring Court, Hall of the Immortality. Zhongshan led his ministers and gazed at the Northwest Continent. Not long ago, Zhongshan had dispatched his troops. In a short period of time, he'd conquered an entire continent, shocking the world. They practically took down all of the cities in the same day, stirring up heaven and earth. Their might was unmatched. Yen, how is the Northwest Continent? Asked Zhongshan. An official stepped forward. Sector Lord, the Northwest Rim continent has been conquered by brute force. The Great Thousand World has accumulated countless talents and we can use them to our advantage. In less than a year, we will be able to stabilize the Northwest Rim continent. Minister Yen said. That would be for the best. Zhongshan nodded. Realm Lord, although we need to calm the people down in the Northwest continent, it is already our territory. There are two continents in the boundless world and the first world that have overlapped. Do we need to send more troops? Yen asked again. Zhongshan nodded. There are 6 continents bordering our Great Thousand World. Realm Lord, which continent should we target next? Yen asked. What do you think? Zhongshan asked. The Outer East continent is in the Great Jin Celestial Realm, so it's not suitable for now. After all, there are still some people in the Great Thousand World who used to be Great Qin's subordinates. I don't recommend sending troops. In the Northeast continent, there is Dongfang Bubi. This person is too strange. I just received news that Jiangchen has also gone to the Eastern Training Ground. Dongfang Bubi is not strong enough to attack, but he is strong enough to defend. I don't recommend sending troops. In the Netherworld's North Outer Continent, there's the Nether River Patriarch. Although this person has appeared once in the Great Thousand World, he's mysterious and unpredictable, and no one knows his background. Moreover, according to the countless information we've received, this Nether River Patriarch is also a peerless powerhouse. I don't recommend sending troops. In the Southwest Continent, the Lotus God is attacking. I don't recommend sending troops. In the West Continent, the Great Zhou Celestial Realm is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. We can send troops. In the Middle Heaven Continent, we can send troops. Yen analyzed respectfully. Zhongshan looked towards the south and shook his head. Middle Heaven Continent, we will not send troops. Divine World? According to what we know, they are experts from the First Era. We will wait and see. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes. In the West Continent, we will not send troops. Zhongshan said again. Yen was slightly stunned. The Great Zhou Celestial Realm is not a threat. However, Wu Jiong and Tong Tian have an invincible master. We will put them aside for now. Zhongshan said. Hongjun? Ian asked. Zhongshan nodded. Then, inform Xiao Wang, Lin Xiao, and Zhao Suoxiang to reorganize their armies and attack the southwest continent. Zhongshan said. Southwest continent? Now that the great evil world is also sending troops there, are they fighting with the Lotus God? Ian was slightly stunned. Give the order, Zhongshan said. Outside the south continent, great evil world, 10,000 Lotus Sea. After a period of recuperation, the Lotus God's injuries were much better. At this moment, she looked at the world again. The netherworld was under the control of generals and ministers. The Lotus God did not plan to attack the netherworld again. That was only the young world. In the southeast continent, the Lotus God had just suffered a loss at the hands of the Golden Emperor. The Lotus God did not plan to send troops there before figuring out the situation. Of course, none of the demons dared to provoke the Lotus God. Master, we can send more troops to the East Continent and West Continent, Tiangang said. East Continent? West Continent? The Lotus God frowned slightly. Master, I feel that the East Continent should not be considered. The Nether King suddenly said. What? Nether King, are you still thinking about your father? Tiangang said coldly. The demons around also looked at the Nether King. After all, the Nether King's real name was Yen Dong. Everyone knew that. Why was he stopping the Nether King from sending troops to the East Continent? The Nether King stared at Tiangang coldly. Idiot. Huh. Everyone looked over. Do you think it's so easy to send troops to the East Continent? Do you think it's easy for you to lead troops to attack? The Nether King said coldly. Led troops himself? Tiangang's face stiffened. After all, he had been beaten up by Yen Chuan. He was not in the mood to be beaten up again. Moreover, this was Yen Chuan's home ground. The Golden Sovereign owes Yen Chuan a favor. If Yen Chuan summons him, the Golden Sovereign will be happy to help. Secondly, Yen Chuan and Zhongshan are close friends. When the time comes, it will be easy to summon Zhongshan. Secondly, Yen Chuan is the descendant of the Nether River Patriarch. I don't know the details, but can you guarantee that the Nether River Patriarch won't come to help? The Nether King explained. Huh. Tiangang's face stiffened. In that case, the Great Jin Empire was indeed a tough nut to crack. They might win the war, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Tiangang, East High Priest and West High Priest, the three of you will lead the demons to attack the Great Zhou Celestial World. The Lotus God said solemnly. Yes. The three of them answered. North High Priest, you will lead the demons to reinforce the South High Priest and attack the Southwest Continent. The Lotus God said solemnly. Yes. The North High Priest answered. 10 days later. Reporting. A demon rushed over. Ha! The Lotus God looked over. Reporting to my lord, the Great Thousand World has attacked the Southwest Continent. The demon said respectfully. Zhongshan? He wants to fight with me? The Lotus God snorted coldly. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper Study. Great Emperor, the factory guards have sent news. Lu Gang said respectfully. How is it? The structure of the Great Thousand Worlds is the same as the First World. The four worlds collided and many territories overlapped. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the overlapped territories is several times denser and the Heavenly Tao has merged. Wherever the two worlds merge, the Heavenly Tao's power is several times stronger than the outside world. There is also a kind of primordial Qi that is occasionally emitted. Lu Gang said. Overlapped territories? Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, the cultivators in the overlapped territories cultivate faster. It is as if they comprehend the heaven and earth faster than the outside world. Lu Gang said. I understand. Yen Chuan nodded. After he finished speaking, Yen Chuan fell silent for a while. After a while, Yen Chuan looked at Gray Guzi. Sir, what's the news from there? Great Venerable Yu Tian is refining the heavenly peach sword with all his might. He is preparing to use it against you, Great Emperor. Gray Guzi said solemnly. Refining? That's good too. Let him refine it. Yifeng. Yen Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, Great Emperor. I want to attack the Great Kindness World, take over its territory, and merge with Great Zhen. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes, I will draw up a battle plan as soon as possible. Yi Feng replied. I want to lead the troops personally. Yen Chuan said solemnly. What? The expressions of the officials changed. Great Emperor, now that I have come into being, I will definitely harm you. Great Emperor, please prioritize the world and guard the Great Qin City. The officials shouted. No, I want to conquer the Great Kindness World. More importantly, I want to deal with Great Venerable Yutian. As long as I devour him, I will truly have the power to resist you. Yen Chuan refused. But, Great Emperor, this will be very dangerous. I have made up my mind. There is no need to persuade me. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Sir, ask him to send over the layout of all the territories in the Great Kindness World. I want to take over the territories in the Great Kindness World as soon as possible. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Netherworld, South Outer Continent, Corpse Ancestor Hall. Jiangchen returned with Pan Jia and the others standing in front of him. True Master, according to the news from various places, Yutian is guarding the South Outer Continent of the Great Kindness World. He is currently in seclusion in the Imperial Heaven Palace, refining the Heavenly Peach Sword. Pan Ding said respectfully. Heavenly Peach Sword? Jiangchen revealed a mocking smile. Please punish us, Master. We failed to protect him well and allowed Yutian to cheat us of the Heavenly Peach Sword. Pan Ding immediately pleaded guilty. Jiangchen waved his hand. No matter, it doesn't matter. The Heavenly Peach Sword? Yutian is still as cute as ever. The experts of the Boulder tribe all looked confused. What about the Great Zhen? Jiangchen asked again. I'm not sure how Yen Chuan is doing, but the Great Zhen has once again started the examination of the world. They are recruiting talents and gathering troops. I don't know where they are going to attack. Pan Geng said respectfully. Yen Chuan is going to attack too? The world is in chaos. Jiangchen's expression changed. Chapter 1511. Nether Realm, Inner North Continent. Undying Sect. Undying Hall. The hall was wide open, and a group of experts with long sabers on their backs stood on both sides. All of them looked ferocious and battle-ready. In the north of the hall was a huge throne. On the throne, the Emperor's cold eyes seemed to see through the vicissitudes of life. He looked at a Great Zhen official below. Undying Sect Master, this is the invitation that the Emperor asked me to send. The official respectfully handed over an invitation. Although he did not know much about the grudge between the Emperor and Yen Chuan, the Emperor's appearance was exactly the same as that of Great Zhen's Empress, Lu. It was clear that this person had an extraordinary relationship with the Emperor. Hence, he did not dare to be rash. The Emperor reached out, and the invitation landed in his hand. He opened it and read it. Invade Great Kindness World? He wants to ally with me? The Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Why should I ally with him? The Emperor said indifferently. The Emperor said that he has written everything that needs to be written. Everything is up to you. Great Zhen is about to invade Great Kindness World. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The official said. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Emperor snorted. Nether Realm, Outer North Continent, Chujiang Hall. Nether River Patriarch looked at the Great Zhen official with surprise in his eyes. Beside him, Ice Goddess also looked confused. This is the Emperor's invitation. Please take a look, Nether River Patriarch. The Great Zhen official said respectfully. Although the Great Zhen Celestial Realm and Nether River Patriarch did not interact much, everyone knew that Yen Chuan's Blood Sea divine power was inherited from Nether River Patriarch. In other words, Nether River Patriarch was Yen Chuan's ancestor in this life. Nether River Patriarch looked surprised when he saw the invitation. Interesting. Yen Chuan actually invited me to join him in invading Great Kindness World? Nether River Patriarch laughed in surprise. The Emperor said that it's up to Nether River Patriarch to decide whether you want to go or not. Everyone is just taking what they need. No one owes anyone anything. The official said. Haha, no one owes anyone anything? The Nether River Patriarch shook his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Underworld, South Outer Continent, Corpse Ancestor Hall. Allah, the movement of Dejen's troops might be coming from the Great Kindness World. Pan Ding said solemnly. Of course I understand. Apart from the benevolent realm, Yen Chuan's forces really have nowhere else to go, said Jiangchen confidently. Reporting. Great Zhen's envoy requests an audience. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Come in. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes and looked outside. It was a Great Zhen official walking into the main hall. Envoy from Great Zhen greets Great Emperor Jiangchen. The official said solemnly. Great Zhen's emissary? Asked Jiangchen, puzzled. I am here to deliver an invitation to Great Emperor Jiangchen on the orders of the Great Emperor. Please take a look, the official said. When the Great Zhen official finished speaking, the surrounding Boulder tribe members all looked bewildered. Did I hear wrongly? Invitation card? The Boulders were all dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Didn't Yen Chuan cultivate the Jiangchen body? He should have an irreconcilable conflict with Allah. Why was he here to deliver an invitation card? A trace of confusion flashed through Jiangchen's eyes, but he immediately accepted the card. When he saw it, a strange expression appeared on his face. The other Boulders also looked puzzled. Jiangchen handed the invitation card to them. They passed it around, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Allah, am I seeing things? Yen Chuan is actually inviting Allah to attack the Great Kindness World together? How is that possible? Pan Ding cried out in shock. This was too inconceivable. It was like a mouse sending an invitation to a cat, inviting the cat to deal with other mice. The Boulders couldn't wrap their heads around it. Jiangchen was the one with the greatest tolerance. Yen Chuan? He wants to invite all of the Netherworld's leaders to attack the Great Kindness World? Asked Jiangchen in a low voice. That's right. The Great Emperor once said that the conflict between the Great Zhen realm and the Jiangchen realm won't affect the conflict between us and the Great Kindness World, said the official. Haha, interesting. Very interesting indeed, laughed Jiangchen. The Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Great Qin City. Zombie Yen Chuan looked west, followed by Gui Guzi, Li Si, and the others. Great Emperor, the invitations have been sent out. As you expected, they've all agreed, said Li Si in a low voice. Yen Chuan smiled coldly as he looked west. Although the Great Kindness World has many 16-layered heavens, none of them can rule the world. What a pity, said Yen Chuan in a low voice. Most importantly, Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch have both agreed. The Great Kindness World's counterattack is now useless, said Li Si with a smile. Yen Chuan nodded. Great Emperor, why did you invite Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch? Asked Meng Tian, frowning. Protect Great Zhen, said Yen Chuan. Oh, Li Si said, Great Zhen is attacking the Great Kindness World with lightning speed. They'll definitely pour in endless power, leaving the rear slightly empty. The Netherworld's heroes will enter together and restrict each other. Meng Tian nodded. The heroes of the Netherworld seem to have formed an alliance to destroy the Great Kindness World. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou World. Wu Jiong and Skirich stood in the square of Taiji Palace. The Great Evil World is attacking, and the front lines are tight. Senior brother, we need you, said Wu Jiong in a low voice. The Lotus Goddess is sending troops? Skirich frowned slightly. The Great Zhou World doesn't have enough resources. Only you and I can resist those demons. Although the others are strong, they're still lacking against the demon leaders, said Wu Jiong in a low voice. Skirich looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong, I don't want to criticize you, but what's the point of holding on for the Great Zhou World? The world is in conflict, and you need to know your place. Wu Jiong frowned. Although you're strong and your cultivation is increasing quickly, you're still lacking compared to Yen Chuan in the way of the Emperor. The world is in chaos, and heroes are rising. The pressure will be too great if you continue to hold on, Skirich advised. Wu Jiong bit his lip and shook his head. You can't let go of this power? asked Skirich. Wu Jiong smiled bitterly and fell silent. After a while, Wu Jiong spoke again. What the great Zhou dynasty is today is not only my hard work, but also teacher's hard work. Teacher sent you here to ask you to help the great Zhou dynasty. Senior brother, please continue to help me on behalf of teacher. Skirich stared at Wu Jiong for a while and finally said helplessly, all right, since it's teacher's decision, I'll help you. I'll go to the front lines and defeat all the demon leaders for you. Thank you, senior brother, said Wu Jiong solemnly. Yang Realm, Anan Continent. As the Great Thousand World and Great Evil World sent out their troops, Anan Continent was defenseless. The armies of the two worlds charged ferociously at Anan Continent. After the Longevity Emperor's baptism, there were no more powerful heroes in Anan Continent. Not long after the war, the armies of the Great Evil World and Great Thousand World officially faced each other. Boom. Neither side gave in. The war between the Great Thousand World and Great Evil World officially began. Chapter 1512. World of the Living West Continent. The demons of Great Evil World were attacking West Continent. The soldiers of West Continent were retreating in defeat. Although they resisted, they could only escape when faced with Tian Gang, East High Priest, and West High Priest. On a territory. Boom. Wherever Tian Gang went, a city was destroyed. Behind him, the sky was filled with demons with black wings. They were yelling as they rushed into the city. The soldiers of Great Zhou tried to resist, but they were no match for the demons. Ah! Help! Father! The city was filled with screams, but the demons were too fierce. Tian Gang looked at everything coldly as if he did not care about the lives of the people in the city. Boom! Suddenly, a purple sword ray shot from the northwest. Boom! The sword ray got bigger and bigger as it got closer. Gradually, it turned into a vast sword river and rushed towards the demons. Boom! Suddenly, a large number of demons were slashed in half by the sword ray. How dare you! Tian Gang's face changed as he swung his sword to counter the attack. Boom! Under the ferocious collision, Tian Gang's long sword shattered with a loud bang. The huge impact instantly sent Tian Gang flying backwards. Boom! 10 miles away, Tian Gang stabilized his body. All the demons were shocked as they looked over. It was the sky above the city. Tongtian's black robe fluttered in the wind. He held the immortal slaying sword and looked at Tian Gang and the demons calmly. It's Tongtian. Great! The prime of Tongtian is here to save us. Greetings, Tongtian. The city was filled with cheers. Tongtian was unmoved as he looked at Tian Gang opposite him. Tongtian? Tian Gang's face darkened. Tian Gang understood how powerful Tongtian was from the sword just now. He was at the 16th level of sword cultivation. Tongtian, chaos is inevitable. The great evil world lord, Lotus God, admires you very much. I wonder if Tongtian is willing to join my great evil world. My lord is willing to give you a continent. What do you think? Tian Gang said immediately. Tongtian sneered. Tian Gang actually persuaded him to surrender. The world is in chaos. The great heavenly domain won't be able to hold on for long. With your abilities, why are you trapped in the shallows? Tian Gang asked again. Scram. Skirich said coolly. Tian Gang's expression changed. As long as I'm here, you can forget about invading the western outer continent. Tongtian said coldly. Tongtian, you are just someone who was defeated by Gen Ao. Master thinks highly of you, that's why he asked me to recruit you. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. Tian Gang berated. I lost to Gen Ao, not you. Why are you so agitated? With your ability, however many come, I'll kill all. Skirich said solemnly. Tian Gang snorted coldly. Don't blame me for being stubborn. Skirich said coldly. Turning the immortal extermination sword in his hand, he suddenly stabbed out. A purple sword light that tore through the void once again shot towards Tian Gang. Boom. In the distance, East High Priest and West High Priest also heard the loud noise and turned their heads to look. Did Skirich attack? The two High Priests' faces darkened as they rushed over. In the western outer continent, at the entrance of Luoyang City's Taiji Palace. Wu Jiong looked at the battle in the southeast direction and frowned. Husband, when Hongjun changed my fate and asked me to take over your Litang Empire and establish Great Zhou, not only did you not blame me, you even gave me the ancestral Taiji diagram. Husband, I will definitely do what I promised you. I will protect Great Zhou. No one can destroy it, no matter how big the price is. Wu Jiong clenched her fists, her eyes slightly red. Southern outer continent, Thousand Lotus Sea. The Lotus God did not pay much attention to the battle in the western outer continent. At this moment, her gaze was focused on the Anan continent. The Great Evil World and the Great Thousand World each occupied half of the Anan continent. The two armies were fighting. This was a war between two worlds. Lotus God could not afford to be careless. Lotus God looked at the distant battlefield and then at the entrance of the Immortal Palace in the northern outer continent. At the entrance of the Immortal Palace, Zhongshan was also looking at the battlefield. Then, Zhongshan turned to look in Lotus God's direction. The two transcendents, two realm lords, looked at each other from a distance. Their eyes were cold and solemn. Zhongshan, you have already taken the Anan continent, and now you want to fight with me for it. You are too greedy, Lotus God said coldly. Although her voice was not loud, as a transcendent, she could instantly transmit her voice to the entrance of the Immortal Palace. Zhongshan stared at Lotus God and smiled. In this world, there is no rule about who can get it. Let's rely on our own abilities. Rely on our own abilities? There are 6 continents adjacent to you. Why did you choose the one that my great evil world values? Are you trying to start a war between the two worlds? Lotus God said coldly. It doesn't matter, Zhongshan said with a smile. It doesn't matter? Lotus God narrowed her eyes. But Lotus God asked in a low voice. In the current situation in the Yang realm, she and Zhongshan were the two realm lords. They should be the strongest. If they wanted to conquer the world, shouldn't they first take over the smaller factions and then fight at the top? Otherwise, if they fought at the beginning, wouldn't the smaller factions take advantage of them? Lotus God was puzzled and stared at Zhongshan. Zhongshan chuckled and shook his head. Can't you see? What? Among the 6 factions adjacent to the Great Thousand World, you are the easiest to bully. Zhongshan said lightly. She was the easiest to bully among the 6 factions adjacent to her? His words angered Lotus God. How dare you? Lotus God shouted angrily. Zhongshan smiled and shook his head confidently. You and I are both level 15 transcendents. Am I easy to bully? You and I are the same. Lotus God said angrily. It's not the same. No matter what, I can tell you that I want the Anan continent. Withdraw your troops. I'm doing this for your own good, Zhongshan said in a low voice. Lotus God was furious. You don't believe me? I can prove it to you. Zhongshan smiled. Then come. Lotus God's fighting spirit soared. Let's go, Zhongshan said. Zhongshan stepped into the sky. The Lotus Goddess didn't hesitate to follow him. Boom. The two transcendents broke through the starry sky and went straight into Wuji. The battle between the two transcendents began. Netherworld, Great Benevolence World. Yen Chuan brought Mo Yushi and the 12 supreme beasts to the peak of a mountain. Behind them, a large number of Great Shen soldiers were hiding in the forest not far away. In front of them was a bustling city. Lightning flashed around the city, and a large number of phoenixes flew past. Husband, is this the inner south continent of Great Benevolence World? Mo Yushi asked solemnly. That's right, Yen Chuan said. The ruler of the inner south continent is the Lightning Emperor, who has the Lightning Phoenix. The Great Accomplishment Empire has mobilized almost all of its forces, including all of the powerful experts who robbed the stars of their star power. With the information we have on Dark Ghost Valley, we'll be able to wipe him out in one fell swoop. If we succeed in dealing with the Thunder Monarch, we will take the inner south continent. But what about the outer east continent of Great Benevolence World? Mo Yushi asked. By Qi, Wang Jian, Mournful Transformation, and Dongfang Zhengpai have all gone to the Outer East Continent. Yan Chuan said. But the master of the Outer East Continent isn't that easy to deal with, is he? Mou, she said worriedly. The master of the Outer East Continent is the Poison Dragon King. Don't worry, he'll be here soon. Yan Chuan said confidently. It's all thanks to Dark Ghost Guzi that we can gather such detailed information. Mou, she said. At this time, Ninth Rat walked up. Emperor, news has come from all directions. Jiangchen and the boulders have arrived at the outer south continent of Great Benevolence World. The Nether River Patriarch has led his subordinates to the outer north continent of Great Benevolence World. Emperor has arrived at the inner north continent. Ninth Rat said. They're all here? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ninth Rat nodded. Yan Chuan stood on the mountain peak and looked around. Are they going to devour the entire netherworld of Great Benevolence World? Mou, she looked at Yan Chuan. That's right. It's easier to invite a god than to send him away. We have to take down Lightning Emperor as soon as possible. Soon we might have to face Jiangchen and the others. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Mou, she nodded, a trace of seriousness flashing through her eyes. This time, it involved a huge matter that would shake the entire netherworld of Great Benevolence World. Not far away, in the largest palace in the center of the city that was flickering with lightning, Thunder Phoenix Hall. Inside the Thunder Phoenix Hall, Dark Ghost Guzi sat at one side, carefully sipping a cup of tea. Beside him sat a purple-haired man. He had phoenix eyes, a tall and sturdy figure, and was incomparably dignified. There were traces of lightning revolving around his hair. Are you representing Great Venerable Yu Tian? Are you here to talk about the Heavenly Peach Sword with me? The purple-haired man said in a low voice. Lightning Emperor, don't be impatient. Let's talk when Poison Dragon King comes. Dark Ghost Guzi laughed. Heh, in the past, when Imperial Yu Tian obtained the Heavenly Peach Sword from the First World, I went to see him. The Heavenly Peach Sword can withstand all lightning in the world, and it suits my attribute. I was willing to exchange precious treasures and several territories for it, but he wasn't willing. Lightning Emperor said in a low voice. It suits your attribute, but it counters zombies and Great Venerable Yu Tian. Tell me, if it were you, would you be willing to exchange? Dark Ghost Guzi laughed. Lightning Emperor's expression darkened. Since you aren't willing to exchange, what are you here for? Lightning Emperor said in a low voice. As for the specific reason, let's wait for Poison Dragon King to come. How about it? Moreover, this is your home ground, what are you worried about? Dark Ghost Guzi laughed. Lightning Emperor naturally wasn't worried, but he didn't understand why Great Venerable Yu Tian wanted Dark Ghost Guzi. Suddenly, a long roar came from outside the hall. The two looked over and saw a huge five-colored dragon flying over from afar. Its aura was grand, and its roar shook the surroundings. The guards around the Thunder Phoenix Hall instantly rushed out. Don't stop him, let him come over. Lightning Emperor shouted. Yes. The guards all retreated. In the hall, Dark Ghost Guzi's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath. Boom! The huge five-colored dragon landed at the entrance of the hall and transformed into a human-shaped man with colorful hair. Lightning Emperor, why did you call me here? Poison Dragon King walked into the hall with large strides. He seemed to have a very good relationship with Lightning Emperor. On the other side, at the peak of a mountain, Yan Chuan saw Poison Dragon King coming over from afar. Dark Ghost Guzi has already tricked Lightning Emperor and lured Poison Dragon King over. Prepare to attack. Yan Chuan's eyes darkened. Yes. The 12 Supremes replied. Chapter 1513. In the Thunder Phoenix Hall. Kwang! The door of the hall slammed shut. Lightning Emperor, why did you call me here? Poison Dragon King entered the hall and sat down boldly. Lightning Emperor looked at Dark Ghost Guzi. Poison Dragon King also looked over curiously. It's you? Dark Ghost Guzi smiled. All right, I've said it before. When the four worlds merge into one, Great Kindness World will definitely merge into the first world. Are the two of you going to face Yan Chuan of Dezhen? It's rumored that Dark Guzi has enmity with Yan Chuan and Guzi. Are you here to bring us together to destroy De Jin? Poison Dragon King's expression changed. What do the two of you think? Dark Guzi smiled. We definitely have to make a move. Grand Venerable Yu Tian is in the West Outer Continent. Is he willing to make a trip with us? Lightning Emperor said indifferently. That will depend on the two of you. Dark Guzi smiled. Attitude? What attitude can we have? We each occupy a border, and after merging, we will definitely compete with Yan Chuan. Poison Dragon King said solemnly. What about Lightning Emperor? Dark Guzi asked. In the first world, only Great Emperor Jiangshan of the Netherworld is considered powerful. The others are nothing. If Yan Chuan came, I would definitely be able to destroy him. Unfortunately, he's on his home ground. Lightning Emperor shook his head. While speaking, Poison Dragon King's and Lightning Emperor's expressions sank as they looked towards the door. Boom! A huge force came from the door, and the huge door of the Thunder Phoenix Hall exploded. Fragments shot towards everyone. How dare you! Lightning Emperor's expression changed, and he blocked the countless fragments. Lightning Emperor and Poison Dragon King quickly rushed out of the hall. In the surroundings, countless strong practitioners flew, and countless weapons were pointed at the 14 figures in the sky. Lightning Emperor's and Poison Dragon King's expressions suddenly changed. Yan Chuan? Poison Dragon King cried out in shock. Why was Yan Chuan here? Yan Chuan, what are you doing here? Lightning Emperor narrowed his eyes. In midair, Yan Chuan, Mo Shi, and the 12 Supremes coldly stared at the entrance of the Thunder Phoenix Palace. Mo Shi took out a picture scroll. Then he began to identify the two people in the distance. That's right, it's them. Lightning Emperor, Poison Dragon King. Mo Shi said solemnly. That's good. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Shao Chen did not bother speaking nonsense with the Poison Dragon King and the Thunder Emperor. Suddenly, a martial emperor's sacrificial altar appeared under his feet. Buzz! A huge force was emitted. Yan Chuan's hands shone brightly as countless spell symbols emerged from his palms and the back of his hands. Boom! He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Poison Dragon King. A huge energy palm shot out. How dare you! How dare you! The Thunder Emperor and the Poison Dragon King both angrily rebuked. Suddenly, the two of them attacked Yan Chuan with their palms. Boom! The energy palms destroyed each other. Countless fragments exploded in midair. However, the entire Thunder Phoenix Palace instantly exploded. Bastard! How dare you! The Poison Dragon King instantly turned into a huge poison dragon and soared into the sky. The Thunder Emperor also quickly turned into a huge purple phoenix. Screech! The huge phoenix soared into the sky and absorbed the heavenly merit. Rolling lightning shot out from the huge purple phoenix, instantly making the huge purple phoenix look like the lightning of heaven and earth, erupting with billions of lightning bolts. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation revolved around the Thunder Emperor, emitting a ferocious aura. The previous exchange of palms allowed the lightning to know Yan Chuan's ferociousness. At this moment, it naturally did not dare to underestimate him and instantly used its full strength. Screech! Mo Shi turned into a dark phoenix, and the 36 paths of reincarnation revolved around her. Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. The 12 Supremes attacked at the same time, and a ferocious aura instantly erupted. The surging waves immediately caused the Poison Dragon King, who was in midair, to change his expression. Previously, he was full of confidence. However, after facing Yan Chuan's palm, he knew how ferocious Yan Chuan was. Now, the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation and Mo Shi's 36 Paths of Reincarnation immediately caused the Poison Dragon King to shudder. The Poison Dragon King was at 15th heaven, and this was not his home ground. He instantly knew that he was in trouble and had been schemed against. Screech! The dragon swung its tail, and a 7-colored poison light pounced toward Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan stretched out his right palm, and silver light shot out in all directions. Boom! The poison light was instantly repelled. The huge force even hit the Poison Dragon King's tail. Boom! The dragon tail suddenly twisted, as if it could not withstand the heavy blow. Screech! The Poison Dragon King's expression changed, and he turned around to leave. Yan Xuan used this attack to display his ferocious side. The Poison Dragon King needed to return to his home ground as soon as possible. Boom! Surging poison fog filled the air. The Poison Dragon King quickly flew back to his territory amid the poison fog. Since you are here, there is no need to leave. My dragon carriage is still missing a dragon. Stay behind. Yan Xuan shouted. Boom! Then, Shao Chen stretched out both palms, and two huge manifested palms shot out. The Dao hand was a treasure of the first epic. It was extremely mighty, ferocious, and unrivaled. Coupled with Yan Xuan's current strength, it erupted with unprecedented force. Boom! Shao Chun grabbed the dragon tail with his right palm and struck the Poison Dragon King's head with his left palm. Boom! The Poison Dragon King's head tilted to the side, unable to fly. What? That's impossible! The Poison Dragon King, who could not escape, exclaimed. Then, Shao Chun swung his right palm. Boom! The Poison Dragon King immediately struck the ground like a whip. Mountains and rivers immediately shattered. Everywhere the poison fog went, countless life forms died instantly. The left manifested palm grabbed the Poison Dragon King's neck again. Then, Shao Chun pulled with both hands. Arg! The Poison Dragon King let out a pained cry. His body tore apart from the pull. There were even tears in some places. Buzz! The Poison Dragon King went limp in the blink of an eye, defeated by Yan Xuan. However, Yan Xuan did not let his guard down. He quickly laid down many restrictions to restrain the Poison Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, the master of a continent was easily subdued. All around, the experts who couldn't get close had already widened their eyes in disbelief. At the same time, battles broke out in the cities of the Great Benevolent Realm's inner southern continent and outer eastern continent. Bai Qi, Jin Deyu, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Desolate Hua, and the other war gods of the Great Benevolent Realm fought against countless experts. Nothing was more shocking than this. When the Poison Dragon King was subdued, the Thunder Emperor broke out of the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation. Boom! When the Thunder Emperor broke out of the 12 capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation, he happened to see Yan Xuan subduing the Poison Dragon King. Yan Xuan? Yan Xuan! The Thunder Emperor exclaimed, his scalp going numb. The Thunder Emperor was stronger than the Poison Dragon King, but there was a limit to his strength. The Thunder Emperor was a peak 15th heaven. However, in his home ground, his strength could reach 16th heaven. Even so, the Thunder Emperor was not confident that he could subdue the Poison Dragon King so easily. How could Yan Xuan be so strong? Yan Xuan tossed the Poison Dragon King, and a Great Benevolent Realm expert came forward to catch it. Boom! Yan Xuan instantly arrived before the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor, we will give you a choice. Hand over the Thunder Phoenix and submit to us. Otherwise die. Yan Xuan glared, revealing a ferocious aura. A strong might and pressure charged at the Thunder Emperor. The Lightning Emperor's 12 paths of reincarnation was much weaker than Mo Yushi's 36 paths of reincarnation. There was the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation that could trap the Thunder Emperor and Yan Xuan. The Thunder Emperor's heart suddenly quivered. Imperial Sky? He lied to me? The Thunder Emperor suddenly said hatefully. Submit or die? Yan Xuan shouted again. Boom! A palm smashed towards the Thunder Emperor again. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Why? The Thunder Emperor struggled and spat out a huge lightning ball at the manifested palm. The huge palm crushed the lightning ball and continued to smash towards the Thunder Emperor. Boom! Under Yan Xuan's ferocious attack, the Thunder Emperor was immediately suppressed. However, the Thunder Emperor was unwilling to accept this. Just earlier, the Thunder Emperor was still thinking about going to the Great Qin City and suppressing Yan Xuan. Now, Yan Xuan suppressed him on his home ground. The difference was too great. It was so great that the Thunder Emperor was unwilling to accept it. No! How stubborn! Boom! Yan Xuan did not show any pity. The Thunder Emperor's struggle was a waste of his time. He deserved to be taught a lesson. Boom! Explosions rang out in the great benevolent world's southern continent, shaking the underworld. However, this was not the only battlefield. In the northern continent, the emperor also arrived outside a city. The emperor roared. As he glared, he swung his saber at a city. Boom! The vast city was instantly cleaved in half from the center, leaving behind a bottomless black ditch. Impudent! Do you know that this is Heavenly King Zu's teaching ground? A bird-headed man shouted. Xing! The emperor's expression was cold as he swung his saber across the sky. A white light flashed, and the bird-headed man was instantly cleaved in half. A large number of birdmen flew around, all of them horrified. The third sect master was killed. The third sect master was killed. A birdman exclaimed in horror. Immediately, 2 more white-robed men flew out from a nearby mountain. The 2 gave off a vast white light. Everywhere the white light passed, white waves appeared in the air. Sect master, second sect master. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, second sect master. The countless birdmen in the surroundings greeted respectfully. Submit to me or die. The emperor looked at one of the white-clad men. Impudent! One of the men shouted angrily. Xing! The emperor's eyes flashed with viciousness as he slashed with his saber. A heavenly sword that separated heaven and earth instantly appeared in the void. What? Boom! The man who had shouted earlier was instantly cleaved in half. The second sect master was killed? The surrounding birdmen exclaimed in horror. The emperor looked at the last person again. The last person's eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Submit to me or die. The emperor said coldly again. Me? Who are you? The white-clad man asked in a deep voice. The emperor snorted coldly. Without wasting any time, he slashed with his saber again. Xing! The saber lit up heaven and earth, and a huge saber energy slashed toward the white-clad man with unstoppable force. The white-clad man was terrified. He was only asking a question. Didn't they have time to say anything? The white-clad man immediately raised his sword to meet the saber. Boom! The long sword instantly shattered. No! The last white-clad man exclaimed. Boom! The white-clad man was cleaved in half. He could not believe this scene. The sect master is dead? Heavenly King Zu is dead? Countless people were dumbfounded. After the emperor killed the leader, he looked around coldly. Everyone in the inner North Continent, listen up. From now on, the inner North Continent is the territory of the Undying Sect. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Boom! With the emperor as the center, a violent saber energy shot out in all directions in the inner North Continent. Chapter 1514. The Great Benevolent Realm. In the inner South Continent, Yen Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the 12 primes made their moves. Although the Thunder Emperor was ferocious, he was suppressed in all aspects. After fighting for a short while, he could no longer hold on. Boom! Yen Chuan's manifested palm suddenly grabbed the Thunder Emperor's phoenix neck. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor no longer showed his earlier tyrannical air. Panic filled his face. That's impossible. How could the weakest realm, how could it? The Thunder Emperor said in a fluster. Yen Chuan had crushed the Thunder Emperor's earlier confidence. Kill Yen Chuan? Right now, it was more likely that Yen Chuan would kill the Thunder Emperor. Submit or die? Yen Chuan's gaze turned cold as he increased the force of his Dao hand. It seemed like he could break the Thunder Emperor's neck in the next instant. 2 choices? With Mo Yushi here, the Thunder Emperor believed that if Yen Chuan killed him, he would not have a chance to reincarnate even if he wanted to. Crack, crack, crack. Yen Chuan increased the force of his palm. Submit, submit. The Thunder Emperor cried out with a sorrowful expression. Boom! Yen Chuan quickly placed a large number of restrictions into the Thunder Emperor's body. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor did not dare to resist, allowing himself to be restrained. Only then did Yen Chuan let go of the Thunder Emperor's neck. After regaining his freedom and having a large portion of his cultivation sealed, the Thunder Emperor could only bow respectfully to Yen Chuan. Greetings, Master. Call me Emperor. Yen Chuan said seriously. Yes, greetings, Emperor. The Thunder Emperor said bitterly. Yen Chuan stared at the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor could only wave his hand helplessly. Slowly, countless arcs of electricity in his body gathered in his palm, and a purple sphere appeared in his palm. The power of cycles circled the sphere. Supreme Thunder Phoenix. The Thunder Emperor held it out. She immediately received it. Boom. The 36 paths of cycles appeared, immediately wrapping around the Supreme Thunder Phoenix. Using the power of cycles to refine the power of cycles, Shaochen quickly refined the Supreme Thunder Phoenix into his body. Boom. Not long after, another cycle of reincarnation appeared around Shi. Boom. The 48 paths of reincarnation revolved around him, causing the void to tremble and waves of energy to rise in all directions. As the Thunder Emperor looked at his surroundings, he felt somewhat depressed. However, he felt even more astonished. 48 streaks, that was 48 streaks. In the past, before the 4 realms merged into one, the Thunder Monarch already possessed the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now that the 4 realms had merged into one, with the Thunder Phoenix's venerable, he had once again grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 12 paths of reincarnation. This filled the Thunder Monarch with endless confidence. But now, looking at the 48 paths of reincarnation, Lei Dian's face was filled with bitterness. He had been too naive back then. Great Jin used his contributions to establish his position and quickly cooperated with Yifeng to take control of the inner South Continent. He also convinced the Poison Dragon King to cooperate with Great Jin in subduing the major cities. This is your chance to make a name for yourself, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. The Thunder Emperor said helplessly. Yifeng. Yen Chuan shouted. Not far away, Yifeng slowly flew over from the crowd. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Yifeng said with a smile. The Thunder Emperor will cooperate with you and quickly subdue the cities of the 2 continents. Those who are willing to be subdued will be treated well. Those who are not, kill. Yen Chuan said with a cold look in his eyes. We need to be fast. As soon as possible, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yen Chuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the outer west continent. Yushi, stay here. Be careful. Yen Chuan looked at Yushi. I'll go and help you. Yushi said worriedly. No, you stay here to guard this place in case anything happens. Yen Chuan shook his head. Seeing Yen Chuan insist, Yushi could only helplessly nod. Boom. Yen Chuan quickly shot towards the outer west continent. When the Thunder Emperor saw Yen Chuan leave, he relaxed slightly and let out a long breath. He wanted to resist again, but when he looked around, he smiled bitterly. He could not resist at all. Boom! A loud sound came from all directions. The Thunder Emperor was a peak 15th heaven cultivator. Naturally, he could see into the distance. However, the first thing he saw was the inner North Continent. He happened to see the ruler of the inner North Continent, Heavenly King Zhu, split in half with one saber strike. Heavenly King Zhu? The Thunder Emperor exclaimed. This was because the inner North Continent's Heavenly King Zhu was as strong as the Thunder Emperor. Such a strong person got chopped down with one saber strike? One saber strike? As the Thunder Emperor looked into the distance, his scalp suddenly went numb. He celebrated his treatment and also felt fear for his ignorance. Not long ago, the Thunder Emperor thought that Jiangchen was the only expert in the First World's netherworld and that the others were nothing to worry about. However, it now looked like how laughable the Thunder Emperor was back then. The Thunder Emperor understood that Yen Chuan did not use his full strength. Under such circumstances, he was captured alive. What right did he have to compete with Yen Chuan? He looked at the woman in the First World's North Continent. She should be the ruler of the Undying Sect, right? She killed Heavenly King Zhu, who was on par with him, with one saber strike? The Thunder Emperor's scalp went numb. Boom! A loud sound came from the outer North Continent again, attracting the Thunder Emperor's attention. The Thunder Emperor looked over. The Northern Master God? The Thunder Emperor looked at the ruler of the outer North Continent. The ruler of the outer North Continent was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was 30 meters tall and extremely majestic. He held a trident in his hand. When his body shook, divine flames soared into the sky. In front of him was a thin and handsome man. The man looked extremely weak and could not withstand a single blow. Compared to the Northern Master God, he was on a completely different level. The Northern Master God also seemed to be mocking the thin and handsome man. The thin and handsome man did not waste any time. He stretched out his right palm and threw it at the Northern Master God. Smith. The loud slap shattered the void. The Northern Master God's face was deformed, and he was sent flying. The Thunder Emperor's face stiffened. That was the Northern Master God, who was not weaker than him. Yet, he was sent flying by the thin and handsome man's slap. The Northern Master God flew for 10,000 miles before he could stabilize himself. He looked at the thin and handsome man in horror. Kill! With a loud roar, the trident in his hand suddenly pierced toward the thin and handsome man. The thin and handsome man grabbed the trident and snatched it. The Northern Master God's face changed. Boom! The trident landed heavily on his face. The thin and handsome man seemed to be having fun as he sent the Northern Master God flying. 8 of his front teeth fell out in midair, and his face was extremely deformed. As he flew, he looked at the deformed face. The Thunder Emperor shuddered. It was extremely painful to look at. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor suddenly felt grateful to Yan Chuan. After all, when Yan Chuan hit him, he was still very gentle. In the distance, the thin and handsome man suddenly exerted force and broke the trident. That is... The Thunder Emperor did not know what to say. The Thunder Emperor had personally experienced the power of the trident. However, it was so weak in front of the thin and handsome man. The thin and handsome man arrived in front of the Northern Master God and stepped on his face. Boom! With the Northern Master God being trampled beneath his feet, he could not move at all. The Thunder Emperor's face stiffened. What kind of monsters were the underworld of the First World? Who told me that the First World was the weakest world? Weakest your sister? Nether River Patriarch? She looked at the thin and handsome man and said in a low voice. He is the Nether River Patriarch? Didn't they say that he only occupies 10 territories? He doesn't even have 1 continent. How can he be so powerful? The Thunder Emperor asked in confusion. She rolled her eyes. What do you know? Ninth Rat looked at him in disdain. The Supremes of the National Beasts also rolled their eyes. Was strength judged by territories? When the Thunder Emperor saw their expressions, he realized how stupid of a question he'd asked. He turned to look at the outer South Continent. In the outer South Continent, Jiangchen arrived at a city. He hovered in midair, not saying a word. His powerful aura pressed down on the city. Rumble! The powerful aura pressed down on the city's common people, causing them to kneel and kowtow. Countless living beings and dead spirits knelt and kowtowed. In fact, countless trees bent under the pressure. The immense pressure was unparalleled. At the entrance of a great hall stood an armored man wielding a halberd. Everyone else knelt. Only the man gripped his halberd and stared at the pressure. The ruler of the outer South Continent, the unparalleled war god, the Thunder Emperor looked over. The unparalleled war god faced Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen's aura was too ferocious. Wave after wave of pressure washed over him. The unparalleled war god's expression was extremely unsightly. Clang! The halberd stabbed into the ground, supporting him from kneeling. Crack, 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 crack. More and more cracks appeared in the ground. One after another, trenches appeared 10,000 kilometers away. Jiangchen's gaze was cold and filled with boundless ferocity. The unparalleled war god struggled bitterly. His knees trembled, and he refused to kneel. Boom! The great emperor's altar appeared beneath Jiangchen's feet. An even more ferocious pressure descended on the unparalleled war god. Boom! Heavenly might covered the sky, boundless and domineering. Crack! The unparalleled war god's knees bent, and he knelt before great Emperor Jiangchen. The Thunder Emperor felt his scalp go numb. That was the unparalleled war god. Even he hadn't been able to defeat him. He'd thought great Emperor Jiangchen was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. The first world? Was this the first world or the savage world? The Thunder Emperor shuddered. That's enough, Thunder Emperor. Hurry up. There are still many things to do. Yifeng said in a low voice. Yes, the Thunder Emperor immediately said obediently. The Thunder Emperor had no choice but to act presumptuously. Before the four realms had merged, he'd been filled with confidence. Peak 15th Heaven. In the past million years, the great benevolence world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Many people's cultivation had increased, and even he had reached unimaginable heights in the past. He'd been full of confidence, but now he suddenly realized how laughable his confidence had been. The experts of the great benevolence world had been constantly climbing the peak. Did the other three realms remain stagnant? The first world and the great benevolence world had fought in the netherworld. It could be said that the great benevolence world had been completely defeated. This was the savage world. Faced with Yifeng's urging, the Thunder Emperor quickly cooperated. Great benevolence world, West Outer Continent. This was also the place where the first world had merged. Yan Xuan quickly arrived at the West Outer Continent alone and rushed straight for a huge palace. The Heaven Fighting Palace. Countless zombies walked around outside the Heaven Fighting Palace. Boom! Yan Xuan arrived in an instant. Waves of energy surged in all directions. He struck out with his palm, heading straight for the Heaven Fighting Palace. Boom! Outside the Heaven Fighting Palace, the barrier automatically protected it. It collided with Yan Xuan's palm, causing ripples to spread out. Quang! The doors of the Heaven Fighting Palace suddenly opened. Dressed in a green robe, Great Venerable Yu Tian slowly walked out of the palace. He had been in seclusion for a while and was at a critical juncture. He hadn't expected to be disturbed by a sudden attack. Who was courting death? Yan Xuan. Great Venerable Yu Tian stared at Yan Xuan, who was in midair. Chapter 15:15. The Benevolent Realm, the Netherworld. As the leaders of the First World conquered their respective territories, they also observed the battles of the other leaders. Jiangchen suppressed the peerless war god with his aura. His gaze, however, fell on the Nether River Patriarch of the Outer North Continent. When the Nether River Old Master fought against the Northern Master God, he was completely suppressing him. In fact, there was even a tinge of toying with him during the fight. However, there was no doubt about his powerful combat strength. Even so, the Nether River Patriarch didn't use his full strength. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Nether River Patriarch of the Third Era? Rumor has it that Kong Huangtian was the #1 expert of the Third Era, reaching the 17th layer of heaven after ascension? But now, it seems you're the true #1 expert of the Third Era. Jiangchen stared at the distant Nether River Patriarch. When he saw how powerful the Nether River Patriarch was, Jiangchen didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Instead, he felt excited. An expert. As expected, a new expert had emerged. His feigned death all those years ago hadn't been in vain. Jiangchen turned to look at the Emperor. The Emperor's blade was invincible. No matter who his opponent was, he finished them off with one strike. Just one strike. 15th layer of heaven? Slaughtering those of the same level as if they were pigs or dogs. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. The Emperor's cultivation wasn't enough for Jiangchen's attention, but his blade made his eyes light up. It was unstoppable, an invincible blade technique. Wherever the blade went, it was unstoppable. It was as if there was nothing in the world he couldn't cut through with a single strike. Excellent blade technique, Jiangchen praised. On the other side, he saw Yan Xuan fighting against the Lightning Emperor. Jiangchen looked at Yan Xuan in the distance, his expression changing slightly. Jiangchen observed the 4 battles, as did the other experts. The Emperor glanced at the Nether River Patriarch, then ignored him. He glanced at Jiangchen, then finally looked at Yan Xuan. As he looked at Yan Xuan, the Emperor's eyes were cold and complicated. Master. The Emperor's 12th disciple flew over. Pass down my orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed, said the Emperor in a low voice. Understood, shouted the 12th disciple. The Nether River Patriarch toyed with the Northern God, then stepped on his head. Pa! The Nether River Patriarch spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Someone like you dares to call yourself an overgod? The Nether River Patriarch laughed mockingly. The Northern Master God was indescribably horrified and sorrowful at the same time. How did he provoke this malefic star? Patriarch Nether River looked up at the southern battlefields and saw Jiangshan. Jiangshan and Mingi stared at each other. The Nether River Patriarch smiled evilly. Off in the distance, Jiangshan's expression froze. Then, while suppressing their opponents, the eyes of all the leaders followed Yan Chuan to the front of the Immortal Palace in the western outer continent. Yan Chuan confronting Great Venerable Yu Tian? The First World, the Mortal Realm. Around the southwest region, the soldiers of the Great Wide World and the Great Evil World were waiting. The battle between Lotus Deity and Zhongshan had reached Peerless. Everyone was waiting for the result of the battle between the two supreme transcendents. One day later, boom! Above the starry sky, the stars suddenly shook, and a black figure descended from the sky. Instantly, they fell into the Annan continent. Boom! The surrounding seas instantly surged with towering tsunamis that surged violently towards the surrounding territories. A huge crater was smashed into the sea, and it even poured into the depths of the ground. Magma rushed out. Magma and seawater collided, and steam rose into the sky. Boom! Another golden light landed on the surface of the sea. It was Zhongshan. He was dressed in a golden robe and stepped on an illusory golden dragon. He looked coldly at the sea below. Ha! A loud shout came from the sea, and the magma was instantly sealed. The raging sea was instantly as calm as a mirror. It was Lotus Deity. Her hair was disheveled, and she stood on the surface of the sea in an extremely sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as she looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with unwillingness. In the sky, Zhongshan stood with his hands behind his back. Now you know that I'm right. But. Lotus Deity roared with a ferocious expression. Zhongshan looked at her coldly. You and I are both at the 15th heaven. We are both supreme transcendents of the 15th heaven. We can mobilize the power of a world and reach the strength of the 17th heaven. Why you stronger than me? Lotus Deity roared with extreme unwillingness. The strong practitioners of the Great Wide World and the Great Evil World immediately understood the outcome. Zhongshan won. I said, I'm different from you. Zhongshan said solemnly. How are we different? I don't understand. Lotus Deity said anxiously. Transcendence is another form of immortal ascension. You transcended by borrowing the treasure of a strong practitioner of the first epoch. You are different from me. Zhongshan said solemnly. Impossible. If you want to transcend, you need the treasure of a strong practitioner of the first epoch to succeed. Lotus Deity shouted. Zhongshan said solemnly, it's not necessary, but possible. You borrowed the treasure of the great air supremacy to transcend, but your growth will never surpass the great air supremacy. The great air supremacy of the first epoch was already so strong, so why didn't you transcend? Why did you choose immortal ascension? The path of transcendence is not a shortcut. Instead, it is a difficult path. A difficult path? Lotus Deity said solemnly. You and Tiangang both borrowed the treasures of the great air supremacy and the great force supremacy to transcend. Therefore, after you transcend, it will be difficult for you to grow stronger. Zhongshan said solemnly. What about you? Are you useless? Lotus Deity said in disbelief. Of course, I didn't use any treasure. Although I had Yan Chuan's help when I transcended with my own strength. My path is the correct path of transcendence. My path is already different from yours. If you want to break through, you are still far away. However, I am only a step away. I just need an opportunity. Zhongshan said confidently. You can still break through? You are about to break through? Lotus Deity's face was ferocious, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Zhongshan stopped talking and stared coldly at Lotus Deity. Lotus Deity's face was ferocious, and endless unwillingness accumulated in her heart. She originally thought that she was invincible, and that even Zhongshan might not be her match. However, when the four realms merged into one, she ran into a wall with Jiangshan. Now, she was defeated by Zhongshan. Endless unwillingness accumulated a monstrous resentment. You've already transcended, you're immortal. No one can kill you, but it's not impossible to suppress you. Tell your people to get the hell out of the Anan continent. Otherwise, I'll suppress you for eternity. Zhongshan glared at him and said ferociously. Lotus deity's expression was extremely ugly. Everyone in the Anan continent and great evil world, retreat. Lotus deity roared in grief and indignation. They had lost. They had lost so completely. The demons of the Anan continent, the southern high priest, and the northern high priest all had bitter expressions. They had just taken 16 territories, and they were going to give it up just like that? Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Lotus deity's anger accumulated even more. Zhongshan glanced at Lotus deity and ignored her. He flew back to the immortal palace of the outer north continent. Lotus deity led a group of demons and retreated unwillingly. The demons returned. Lotus deity was still angry. Rumble! The outer west continent rumbled. It was sect leader Tong Tian, who fought a group of demons with the immortal slaying sword. The high priest of the east, the high priest of the west, and the heavenly dipper were all suppressed by the prime of Tongtun. Countless demons rushed forward. Once immortal slaying sword was used, who could fight against it? With a sword in hand, he was invincible. Heavenspan alone blocked the great evil world's magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. He was ferocious and invincible. Lotus deity looked at Tong Tian in the distance. Her face was gloomy, and the anger she had accumulated before became even more furious. Netherworld's outer south continent, meeting a wall. Around the southeast continent, meeting a wall against the Golden Emperor. Around the Anan continent, meeting a wall against Zhongshan. Now, the little sect leader Tong Tian also made her army meet a wall. Lotus deity flung her sleeves in anger and flew toward the outer west continent. Boom! Lotus deity rushed toward Tongtian's main battlefield. On the battlefield, Tong Tian fought a group of heroes with unparalleled ferocity. The heavenly dipper had been killed several times, but because he had transcended, he could quickly recover each time. But even so, he was still bitterly disappointed by the slaughter. Sect leader Tong Tian was too powerful. Get out of the outer west continent. Tong Tian shouted coldly. Boom! A powerful aura rushed toward the demons. Behind him, the people of Great Zhou cheered. They cheered for Tong Tian, who blocked all the demons. In the distance, Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with joy. But at this moment, boom! A violent aura rushed toward Tongtian's battlefield. Bam! A large number of demons were instantly sent flying by this powerful aura. The battle between the heavenly dipper, the high priest of the east, and the high priest of the west suddenly stopped. Tongtian's expression changed as he looked over. Half of the sky was already covered by black lotuses. The lotus deity descended with monstrous anger and boundless ferocity, rushing toward Tongtun. Bam! Sect leader Tong Tian was forced to step back. Lotus deity? In the distant Luoyang city, Wu Jiong's expression changed. On the Tong Tian battlefield, it was even more shocking. The lotus deity came personally? The lotus deity stared at Tong Tian. Tong Tian, submit to me or die. Boom! A fierce aura rushed toward Tong Tian. This was not a projection, but the lotus deity's true body. She had just fought with Zhongshan and was furious. She glared at Tong Tian with boundless ferocity. Submit? Ha, I will not submit to anyone other than teacher. Tong Tian said in a deep voice. Lotus deity said coldly. If you want to fight, let's fight. Tong Tian shouted coldly. Tong Tian was proud and unyielding. Other than his teacher, he was never controlled by anyone else. Even when he assisted Wu Jiong, it was under Hongjuan's request to repay his kindness. Now, the lotus deity wanted him to submit? That was obviously impossible. Courting death. The lotus deity snorted and attacked Tong Tian. Boom! The void collapsed as the lotus deity attacked heavily. Great Kindness World, West Outer Continent of the Netherworld. Yen Chuan arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Heaven Palace alone. Great Venerable Yu Tian was first shocked by Yen Chuan's arrival, then attracted by the shock of the world. Poison Dragon King, Lightning Emperor, Master God of the North, Heavenly King Zhu, Peerless War God? Great Venerable Yu Tian's expression changed. Great Venerable Yu Tian was 16 heavens. Although he didn't care about these 5 people, the entire netherworld of the Great Kindness world being wiped out still shocked him. Most importantly, Great Venerable Yu Tian saw Jiangshan from South Outer Continent. Jiangshan was also here? Great Venerable Yu Tian suddenly quivered. He was originally planning how to swallow Yen Chuan, but before he could do so, Jiangshan was already at the door. No, he had to become stronger first and have more capital to fight Jiangshan. Turning his head to look at Yen Chuan in midair, Great Venerable Yu Tian's eyes turned cold. You came at the right time. Yen Chuan, if you didn't come, I would have gone to find you. Sword of Heavenly Peach! Great Venerable Yu Tian shouted. Boom! He quickly took out the Sword of Heavenly Peach, preparing to defeat Yen Chuan and swallow Yen Chuan to make himself perfect before fighting Jiangshan. Seeing Great Venerable Yu Tian's reaction, Yen Chuan sneered. Chapter 15-16. The Heavenly Peach Sword appeared. Roar! Roar! 5 lightning dragons roared as they charged towards Yen Chuan, bringing with them countless bolts of lightning. Boom! Under the endless lightning, it was like a vast sea of lightning that surged over. Wherever the aftershock passed, a large number of zombies in all directions screamed. Ah! Amidst the screams, countless zombies were struck by lightning and burned to death. The Heavenly Peach Sword was the nemesis of zombies, and its power was boundless. Yen Chuan's face darkened. He stretched out his right hand, and silver light surrounded it. The Hand of Tao appeared, and a huge silver screen appeared in the void, blocking the endless lightning dragons. Boom! The lightning and the palm collided, and the void around the Imperial Heaven Palace exploded. Imperial Heaven was 16 heavens after all, and his power was incomparably fierce. Yen Chuan was 15 heavens and stepped on the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar, reaching the power of 16 heavens, but it was still a little weak. Yen Chuan's head spat out blood, and a vast sea of blood suddenly appeared. The cypress tree soared into the sky, and in an instant, it connected the stars in the sky. The stars in the Great Kindness world suddenly lit up, and the rolling star power was quickly extracted by Yen Chuan. Behind him, hundreds of heavenly Tao revolved, and a terrifying power gathered in Yen Chuan's body. The Hand of Tao was activated by an even greater power. Boom! His right palm pushed out, and instantly, thousands of lightning bolts were crushed into powder and scattered everywhere. The huge power rushed straight towards Imperial Heaven. Boom! Under Imperial Heaven's feet, the mountains all around exploded. Under the huge power, even Great Venerable Yu Tian's body retreated. As Yen Chuan's power increased, the Sea of Blood's ability to suppress those of a higher level gradually weakened. It didn't weaken, but it gradually couldn't keep up with Yen Chuan's power. Even so, with all the power gathered, Yen Chuan's power was pushed to the peak of 16 heavens. Imperial Heaven retreated and stabilized himself, looking at Yen Chuan in shock. The Heavenly Peach Sword is useless? You're not the zombie Yen Chuan? Imperial Heaven exclaimed. Yen Chuan in human form? Yu Tian's face darkened as if he knew that he had been tricked. After all, the First World had sent so many experts, including Jiangshan, but Yen Chuan had come in human form. Wasn't that the same as provoking a war between him and Jiangshan? The zombie Yen Chuan didn't come, and the human Yen Chuan wanted to take advantage of the situation? I don't care which body you are. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Great Venerable Yu Tian said coldly. The Heavenly Peach Sword in his hand slashed out again. Boom! Tens of gigantic purple lightning dragons roared and tore apart the void, rushing towards Yen Chuan once again. Universe in the palm. Boom! The endless lightning was instantly sucked into Yen Chuan's palm. It circled around his palm. Stellar transposition. Yen Chuan gave a loud shout, and the lightning dragons rushed out again. However, this time, they were rushing towards Great Venerable Yu Tian. Yu Tian's expression changed, and he swung the heavenly peach sword in his hand again. Endless lightning bolts from both sides collided with each other. Boom! The void was torn apart. The two forces canceled each other out. However, great venerable Yu Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Was the heavenly peach sword completely ineffective against Yanchuan? Boom! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. The hair on Yu Tian's back stood on end, and he turned his head to look. A golden-robed figure suddenly appeared to the south of Yu Tian. Jiangchen had suddenly arrived? Yu Tian couldn't help but take 3 steps back. The human Yanchuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiangchen. Jiangchen had a mocking expression as he looked at Yu Tian, then at Yanchuan. The 3 great experts looked at each other, each with different thoughts. Yu Tian, long time no see. Why do you have such an expression when you see me? Jiangchen said indifferently. Yu Tian's face twitched violently. In the past, Jiangchen's might had caused him too much fear. Even though he was much stronger now, he still trembled in fear. Yu Tian quickly calmed himself. Jiangchen. Yu Tian did his best to make himself look fierce. Jiangchen's body? I once told you not to cultivate this technique, but you didn't listen. You can't go against the will of heaven. Jiangchen shook his head. Heaven's will? What bullshit heaven's will? Jiangchen, you don't believe in heaven's will either, do you? I've refined Jiangchen's body. Don't even think about it. I've already obtained the heavenly peach sword, which counters you. Yu Tian said hatefully. Is that so? Jiangchen smiled slightly. Heavenly peach sword, 10,000 thunderbolts annihilate zombie. Yu Tian shouted. Boom! The heavenly peach sword instantly shot out a vast purple sword energy. It transformed into the shape of a dragon, surging with 10,000 bolts of lightning, and pounced on Jiangchen. Jiangchen's lips curled into a cold smile, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand. Boom! The dragon head crashed into Jiangchen's palm. The dragon head was violent, but it couldn't resist Jiangchen's palm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless bolts of lightning exploded. Jiangchen gradually suppressed the dragon and squeezed it into a small sphere. Finally, it transformed into millions of rays of light that illuminated the entire netherworld. It dissipated. Impossible. But isn't the heavenly peach sword supposed to counter you? Why are you unharmed? Yu Tian cried out in shock. Who told you it was supposed to counter me? Jiangchen laughed. No one. Yu Tian suddenly froze. That's right, it seemed this was all wishful thinking on his part. Not far away, Yanchuan was also speechless. After all this time, Yu Tian still hadn't figured out what was going on? No, that's not right. If the heavenly peach sword didn't counter you, why did you go through so much trouble to obtain it? Why did you allow the boulders to seal it in Boulder Peak? Yu Tian cried out. Because I liked the sword, so I kept it as a treasure. Jiangchen said coolly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and swung it at the heavenly peach sword. Boom! The heavenly peach sword seemed about to break free from Yu Tian's control. Yu Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. No, it shouldn't be like this. The heavenly peach sword counters all zombies. You're a zombie too, so of course it counters you. Yu Tian said angrily. Counters? Didn't you cultivate the Jiangchen body? The body of a Jiangchen was flawless. Even the heavenly peach sword can't. Jiangchen said coolly. Boom! The heavenly peach sword finally flew out of Yu Tian's hand and into Jiangchen's. Yu Tian's fear of Jiangchen increased even further. He glared hatefully at Yanchuan. But why is it a human? Yu Tian said unwillingly. If only Jiangchen Yanchuan were here. If he could devour Jiangchen Yanchuan, his Jiangchen body would be perfect. Then he'd be able to fight Jiangchen. Why Yanchuan in his human form? Yanchuan looked at Yu Tian and shook his head. Even if you ate my Jiangchen body, you wouldn't be able to defeat Jiangchen. Impossible! Yu Tian cried. Jiangchen looked over. Yanchuan in his human form said in a low voice, You don't even have the courage to fight Jiangchen. So what if you're strong? Without the will to fight, you're nothing but a paper tiger. Yu Tian snorted coldly. Jiangchen, on the other hand, smiled. What Do you have the courage to fight? Yan Xuan smiled faintly. Great Emperor Jiangchen, I invited you here to conspire against the greater benevolence underworld. Naturally, I'm prepared to fight. Oh? Just with your current strength? Jiangchen looked at him curiously. Let's wait and see. Yan Xuan smiled. Not far away, Yu Tian looked at Yan Xuan's calm expression and thought back to his own panic. He instantly understood Yan Xuan's intentions and tried his best to suppress his excitement. Jiangchen, you want to steal my body? I'll make you pay the price. Yu Tian roared. Have you grown a bit more ambitious? Jiangchen praised. However, you're still not strong enough. Since you've come, you can't leave empty-handed. Come back with me. Yu Tian merit points. Yu Tian roared. High up in the sky, countless amounts of merit points poured into Yu Tian's body. Rumble. Yu Tian unfurled a pair of emerald green dragon wings and bared his fangs. He looked ferocious. Tung, Yu Tian said coldly, this is the inferior, 10-directional fist you said was unsightly. Now I've perfected it. Have a taste of it. Boom! Yu Tian spread his wings and blurred into 10 Yu Tians. They charged at Jiangchen from 10 different directions. 10 enormous fists flew toward Jiangchen with heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Jiangchen had no time to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled coldly. If I say it's inferior, then it's inferior. 10-directional fist? Laughable. You think you can win by dividing your strength into 10 and attacking from 10 different directions? Fists are domineering attacks. You don't need too many, but they must be strong. One punch is all it takes to decide victory or defeat. As he spoke, Jiangchen punched. A golden energy fist instantly reached one of the Yu Tians. Boom! 9 of the 10 Imperial Sky Shadow clones vanished, leaving only the one that Jiangchen had hit. Under the tremendous force, Yu Tian was sent flying backward. Boom! Yu Tian smashed through a large number of boulders and stabilized himself. Yu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Jiangchen in shock. Jiangchen said indifferently, How many times have I taught you? Why are you still so obsessed with these flashy techniques? In battle, all you need to do is find your target and deal the most powerful blow. That's enough. Any fancy movements are superfluous. Yu Tian's face contorted with shock and hatred. Jiangchen? He couldn't even take a single blow from Jiangchen? Was he defeated just like that? Yu Tian's heart was filled with sorrow. Not far away, Yan Xuan's eyes narrowed. Jiangchen's punch was too powerful. Even he couldn't match it. Suddenly, another figure shot over. It was the black-robed ancestor Nether River. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of them. The emperor also stepped forward and appeared in front of them in an instant. Jiangchen's gaze shifted from Yu Tian to Ancestor Nether River. Ha, good punch. Ancestor Nether River laughed. The emperor looked at Yan Xuan with a hint of coldness and inexplicable meaning. Ancestor Nether River? Emperor? Jiangchen asked. On the other side. At Grand Venerable Yu Tian's place. Crack, 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 crack. The ground around Grand Venerable Yu Tian suddenly liquefied. As it liquefied, a black-robed figure appeared. It was Dark Gui Guzi. Grand Venerable Yu Tian, quick, follow me into the world of the living. We can't stay here for long. Dark Gui Guzi shouted. Grand Venerable Yu Tian's eyes lit up when he saw Dark Gui Guzi. All right. Grand Venerable Yu Tian instantly grabbed Dark Gui Guzi's hand. Boundless chi of heaven and earth suddenly appeared in the surroundings. With the power of a feng shui master, Dark Gui Guzi instantly disappeared on the spot with Grand Venerable Yu Tian and entered the world of the living. Jiangchen looked over but didn't stop them. Boom! Grand Venerable Yu Tian and Dark Gui Guzi's figures swayed and arrived in the world of the living of the Great Kindness World, above a vast desert. Dark Gui Guzi, thank you very much this time. Grand Venerable Yu Tian said gratefully. However, just as he finished speaking, Grand Venerable Yu Tian's expression suddenly changed. Not far away, there was a zombie standing in midair. It had 3 pairs of dragon bone wings, fangs in its mouth, and a ferocious face. Zombie Yen Chuan? Grand Venerable Yu Tian's expression changed. Yu Tian, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Zombie Yen Chuan said indifferently. Yu Tian wanted to swallow Zombie Yen Chuan, but how could Zombie Yen Chuan not want to swallow Yu Tian? Now, the netherworld of the Great Kindness World was in chaos. Zombie Yen Chuan was guarding the world of the living of the Great Kindness World, waiting for this moment. Chapter 15-17. Yu Tian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zombie Yen Chuan said indifferently. Zombie Yen Chuan flapped his 3 pairs of dragon skeletal wings and soared into the sky. His terrifying aura caused a sandstorm in the desert. His ferocious aura rushed towards Yu Tian. Yu Tian's expression changed. He turned to look at Dark Gui Guzi. Dark Gui Guzi, you lied to me? Yu Tian suddenly shouted angrily. Lied? Great Venerable Yu Tian, what are you talking about? Didn't you always want to fight Yen Chuan? I'm providing you with the best battlefield. No one will disturb you, so it's fair and just. How is that a lie? Dark Gui Guzi laughed. Don't try to deny it. I misjudged you. What a vicious plan. Driving the wolf to devour the tiger, forcing me with a general and a minister, then working with Yen Chuan to ambush me. Yu Tian said coldly. Ambush? Heh, I respect you for cultivating the body of a general and a minister. Come, stop talking nonsense. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yu Tian's expression darkened. Bang! He flapped his dragon skeletal wings and soared into the sky. He looked coldly at Zombie Yen Chuan. Zombie Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He was ready to fight Yu Tian. Suddenly, the zombie was stunned. He seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the sky. Yu Tian looked up at the sky in confusion. However, there was nothing in the sky other than yellow sand. Dark Gui Guzi stood to the side, also looking confused. Emperor, what's wrong? Dark Gui Guzi asked. Yen Chuan frowned and shook his head. I don't know, but I have an ominous feeling. Ominous feeling? Dark Gui Guzi asked. Ha, ominous feeling? You feel like you're dead. Yu Tian laughed. Boom. Yu Tian charged towards Zombie Yen Chuan. So long as he devoured Yen Chuan, he'd be able to challenge Jiangchen. He had to win. Yen Chuan quickly collected his thoughts and looked coldly at Great Venerable Yu Tian. Great Benevolence World, Underworld. At the entrance of the Immortal Palace. Yen Chuan, Jiangchen, the Nether River Patriarch, and the Emperor were all gathered in one place. They looked at each other coldly. However, most of them turned their attention to Yen Chuan. Thanks to the Blood Sea, Yen Chuan's strength had skyrocketed, but he was still far from Jiangchen's level. Patriarch Nether River, said Jiangchen in a low voice, do you intend to interfere in my feud with Yen Chuan? The Nether River Patriarch smiled faintly as he looked at Yen Chuan with his blood-red hair. Blood Sea Mystic Art. This was the Blood Sea Mystic Art that he had inherited. Third form? Blood Sea? Not bad, there's some improvement. The Nether River Patriarch praised. The Nether River Patriarch turned to Jiangchen. Interfere? No, I just want to see how well Yen Chuan has mastered the Blood Sea Mystic Art. You guys go ahead, I won't interfere. Won't interfere? Jiangchen looked at the Nether River Patriarch strangely. Although he believed the Nether River Patriarch's words, he still felt uneasy. Jiangchen was strong. In the past, he'd dominated the world, but that depended on his opponent. He couldn't see through the Nether River Patriarch, so he didn't say anything. Emperor. Jiangchen looked at the Emperor. I have a grudge with Yen Chuan. You guys go ahead. I'll just watch from the sidelines, said the Emperor indifferently. A grudge with Yen Chuan? Jiangchen knew the Emperor well and was puzzled by the complicated relationship between him and Yen Chuan. Grudge? He didn't know if it was a grudge or a friendship. The Emperor's tone was firm, but he looked at Yen Chuan with a complicated gaze. This wasn't something Jiangchen could consider. Two great experts watching from the sidelines? Jiangchen looked at Yen Chuan. Jiangchen naturally didn't have stage fright. Instead, he looked at Yen Chuan in surprise. Great Emperor Yen Chuan? You've seen it for yourself. The Nether River Patriarch won't help you. Jiangchen smiled. Great Emperor Jiangchen, aside from the missing half of the second era, you're the most powerful person in the world. Ha, unfortunately, we're no longer in the second era. Yan Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yan Chuan waved his hand. In the distance, another beam of golden light shot toward them. Everyone looked over. It was the golden-robed Emperor Huang. Boom! He steadied himself, causing a storm to sweep up around him. Emperor Huang? Jiangchen was confused. Great Emperor Jiangchen, please don't take offense. I owe Yan Chuan a favor. I had no choice but to face you, Emperor Huang said politely. Although he was polite, he was obviously on Yan Chuan's side. If they really fought, Emperor Huang would definitely help Yan Chuan with all his strength. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Yan Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan, wondering why Yan Chuan suddenly had such an expression. Yan Di, what's wrong? Emperor Huang asked, puzzled. I don't know. I suddenly have an ominous premonition. I don't know what happened. Yan Chuan didn't hide the truth. An ominous premonition? An ominous premonition. It was from the first world. Yan Chuan's best friend, Skirich, had encountered a huge problem. West Outer Continent. Boom. Lotus Goddess suddenly thrust her palm into Skirich's chest. Skirich's face revealed a ruthless glint as he stabbed his sword into Lotus Goddess' chest. The surrounding territory was a mess. The sky darkened, sand and stones flew, and countless creatures were annihilated. Lotus Goddess versus Skirich. It was incomparably tragic. Skirich's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. It was a move that hurt both sides. Boom. Under the tremendous force, Skirich flew backward, blood spurting from his chest. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was extremely tragic. A sword wound was left on Lotus Goddess' chest. But Lotus Goddess still stood steadily in the air. Skirich? How dare you? Lotus Goddess said with hatred. Not long ago, she had been defeated by Zhongshan. Now, she was dealing with Skirich and she was injured. Ha, Lotus Goddess, I don't worship anyone other than Master. Since you want my life, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Skirich clutched his chest and said hatefully. I have an immortal body. How can you compare to me? The Lotus Goddess charged forward again. Boom. The battle between the two powerhouses was like a collision between heaven and earth. Huge black holes swept wildly in all directions. Taiji Palace's entrance. Wu Jiong's expression was extremely ugly. He held a jade talisman in his hand and looked into the distance, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Emperor, Shengguan Wan said anxiously. But Wu Jiong was unmoved and stared into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Skirich and Lotus Goddess was extremely tragic. Lotus Goddess suppressed Skirich one-sidedly, but Skirich would rather die than live in dishonor. He would rather die than surrender. Every time, he would injure the Lotus deity when both sides were injured. Blood splattered everywhere. Die! Lotus Goddess shouted, and a lotus flower exploded at Skirich's neck. All her power was channeled to Skirich's neck. Skirich seemed to know that he was about to die. His face was ferocious, and he spat out a purple sword light. Boom! The sword light pierced Lotus Goddess' right eye. Boom! Tongtian's head exploded, and the Lotus Goddess's right eye exploded as well. Ah! Lotus Goddess screamed in pain. She covered her eye and retreated a distance. On the other side, Skirich's head was gone. Only his body was left. It was extremely tragic. Even so, the headless body slashed with a sword. Boom! The sword pierced Lotus Goddess' chest. Die! Lotus Goddess shouted. Boom! Terrifying power poured into the banishing immortal sword, and countless cracks appeared on it. The headless body flew backward with a loud bang. Its entire body exploded, and its skin and flesh were rotten, revealing the white bones of the headless body. He's not dead, Lotus Goddess said in surprise. It was almost as if Skirich had been destroyed, but this headless skeleton stained with flesh and blood had once again stood up. It was as if a surging will poured into the cracked banishing immortal sword. With a violent swing, the banishing immortal sword shot northwest. Lotus Goddess was shocked by Skirich's ruthlessness. Lotus Goddess was sure that she had destroyed Skirich's fate and soul, but he could still support the skeleton for so long with his tyrannical will. Skirich's headless skeleton rushed toward Lotus Goddess. Again! Lotus Goddess said in surprise. She reached out with her palm and grabbed the skeleton. But just when Lotus Goddess thought that she had completely suppressed Skirich, what? Boom! The sky-reaching skeleton exploded with a loud bang. The huge explosion was deafening to the ears of everyone in the mortal realm. Lotus Goddess was in an extremely sorry state where the skeleton exploded. Many parts of her body were deformed, and her hair was disheveled. She was badly mutilated. Roar, bastard Skirich, you can't rest in peace even in death. Lotus Goddess said hatefully. Lotus Goddess was immortal. Her right eye was blinded, and her body was in a sorry state, but she was quickly recovering. Not long after, Lotus Goddess gradually recovered. Tiangang and the others flew over. But Tiangang said anxiously, "Kill, destroy the great Zhou celestial realm for me." Lotus Goddess roared angrily. Skirich fell. The cracked banishing immortal sword shot toward Taiji Palace. The banishing immortal sword landed in Wu Jiong's palm. Wu Jiong, I've already done all I can. I've already perished. Master asked me to do my best, and I've already done my best. This is my last will of the 16 levels of heaven, and I'll leave it to you. In my entire life, I've only respected the heavens and the earth, and only respected Master. I've already repaid Master's kindness. Now that Master has perished, I still have doubts in my heart. Skirich's voice sounded. Wu Jiong stared blankly at the shattered banishing immortal sword in her hand. Sigh, I miss the days when eldest senior brother and second senior brother were still around. Hee, for the sake of Master's dream, eldest senior brother went, and so did second senior brother. Hee, now I'm going too. This is good too. At least I won't be so tired. Skirich's voice sounded. A ball of light flowed into Wu Jiong's body from the banishing immortal sword. Skirich's will. Crack, 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 crack. The banishing immortal sword shattered more and more, turning into powder and dissipating in the air. It was as if it was following its master. Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky. It was as if it was sending Skirich off. Send Skirich off. Shangwanwan said mournfully. Send Skirich off. All the civil and military officials bowed respectfully to the powder of the banishing immortal sword. Wu Jiong bit her lips, and her eyes were slightly moist. However, in the blink of an eye, her will became firm again. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, and she suppressed her emotions. Boom! In the distance, demons rolled over. Lotus Goddess led countless experts toward Luo Yang. Pa! Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Boom! Beside Wu Jiong, a crack suddenly appeared, and billowing heavenly devils surged out. Chapter 15:18. In the distance, billowing demons swept over. The Lotus Goddess led countless experts toward Luoyang. Pa! Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared beside Wu Jiong, and billowing demons surged out. The billowing demons instantly filled the entire Luoyang city. Rumble! The crack grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, countless demons in the Taiji Palace's square bowed toward the crack. A huge throne slowly appeared in front of everyone. On the throne sat a 1,000-foot-tall giant in a luxurious robe. The giant held the armrests with both hands, and he was calm and composed. He exuded an aura of supremacy. Behind him was a golden connate 8 trigrams diagram. In front of him stood some people with human heads and snake bodies, as well as Meng Rongrong. Rumble! A violent aura spread out, and all the demons in Luoyang City immediately bowed. Snake Spirit and Fushi? Wu Jiong looked at them and said in a deep voice. In front of the giant Fushi, Snake Spirit smiled strangely and said, My king has already divined the great Zhou's calamity, so he naturally came personally. He has been waiting in the heavenly demon world for a few days, But I didn't expect Emperor Wu Jiong to only use the jade talisman now. You've already divined it? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes, I didn't expect that you would watch Tong Tian fall. Speaking of which, I admire Tongtan. Unfortunately, he was too sentimental and was bullied by you in the end. If you want to break through to the 16th heavenly layer, you're really unscrupulous. Snake Spirit said in a deep voice. Snake Spirit did not have a good impression of Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong looked coldly at Snake Spirit before finally looking at the giant Fushi. Fushi, do you still honor your promise? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. The giant looked at Wu Jiong and said indifferently, I'll honor my words. That's good. The Lotus Goddess is attacking. Fushi, please help me resolve this crisis. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. As you wish. Fushi said indifferently. Boom. In the distance, the Lotus Goddess's army arrived outside Luoyang City in the blink of an eye. Boom. Billowing storms swept toward Luoyang City. The Lotus Goddess stood at the front. When she saw the 1,000-foot-tall giant in Luoyang, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Lotus Goddess shouted. The Lotus Goddess could sense a great threat from Fushi's expression. Just by looking at the innate 8 trigrams behind Fushi, the Lotus God felt pressured. So powerful. Go back to where you came from. Fushi said indifferently. What if I don't go back? Lotus Goddess snorted. The Lotus Goddess felt as if nothing was going her way after the unification of the 4 realms. First, it was Jiangchen, then Golden Emperor, then Zhongshan, then Skirich, and now a peerless expert. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Wu Jiong sneered at Lotus God. With Fushi here, Wu Jiong believed that the Lotus God's crisis would be resolved. In a corner of Luoyang City, a black-robed figure stood there. It was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with tears. Wu Jiong, you bitch! Goku roared in his heart. Sun Wukong quickly rushed into Skybound's original palace. After packing up, Sun Wukong led a group of people and quickly left. At this time, everyone's attention was on the Lotus Goddess and Fushi. No one cared that Goku and the others had left. Along the way, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Benefactor, you are too kind. You did your best to assist Wu Jiong, but she schemed against you. Wukong is useless. Although I have a lot of hatred and want to vent it on the Lotus deity and that slut, I am powerless to avenge you. Benefactor, the Lotus Goddess killed you, so I must avenge you. Although I'm useless, there must be someone who can. Even if I have to suffer 3 tribulations and 9 disasters, I will find someone who can avenge you. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with tears as he flew quickly. Master, where are we going? One of Sun Wukong's disciples shouted. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said, leave the great Zhou dynasty and go to Xianyang. The great celestial realm? Yan Xuan and Gi Guzi are good friends with Benefactor. I'll go beg him to avenge you. Sun Wukong sobbed as he flew quickly. Boom. The group quickly left. Great Benevolence World, Yang Realm. Zombie Yan Xuan's Black Dragon Great Dao emerged and merged with the Great Dao. He instantly transformed into a black dragon. True Dragon Great Dao? Looks like those who cultivate the bodies of generals and ministers are not willing to be inferior to others. I am the same. Great Venerable Yu Tian roared. Boom. A jade green dragon Great Dao soared into the sky. Great Venerable Yu Tian merged with the green dragon Great Dao and transformed into a green dragon in the blink of an eye. The 2 true dragons roared at the sky. Their roars soared into the sky and shook the world of the living in the Great Kindness World. In an instant, countless strong practitioners in the world of the living in the Great Kindness World paid attention. Although they were paying attention, no one interfered. Boom. The 2 dragons collided, and countless bolts of lightning shot out from the void. The lightning tore through the void and scattered all over the sky. The bodies of generals and ministers were incomparably sturdy, and the powerful collision shook heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 true dragons, one black and one green, didn't give way to each other and fiercely collided with each other. As they roared, they didn't give way to each other. Zombie Yen Chuan was at the 15th heaven, but he had swallowed the bodies of 2 generals and ministers and had the sacrificial altar of the great emperor. His abilities had reached the 16th heaven, and he was on par with the green dragon. Neither of them gave way. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, Yen Chuan in human form and Emperor Huang Jindi stared at Jiangchen. They didn't necessarily want to fight to the death. Instead, Yen Chuan's main goal was to delay Jiangchen. He didn't want Emperor Jiangchen to interfere with the battle in the mortal realm. However, Jiangchen didn't seem to have any intention of interfering with Yen Chuan and Imperial's battle. Jiangchen's bearing, however, was difficult to fathom. At this moment, Yen Chuan no longer cared about his human form. He looked up at the sky. The Nether River Patriarch also looked up. Although they were in the netherworld, they could see what was happening in the world of the living. Yen Chuan in human form narrowed his eyes, but didn't clamor to attack. Jiangchen's body? As expected, it's extraordinary, praised the Nether River Patriarch. Jiangchen, on the other hand, stared at the sky with a satisfied smile. The emperor's gaze couldn't penetrate the 2 realms. He could only look at Yen Chuan in human form with a complicated expression. Great kindness world, the world of the living. Boom! The 2 dragons roared. In the midst of their battle, they shattered a huge territory, their voices shaking the world. World suppressing. The black dragon suddenly roared. Boom! A giant bronze coffin fell from the sky and smashed into the green dragon's body with a huge force. Boom! Green dragon writhed wildly. The world-suppressing coffin's power was too strong. It pressed down on his body. Green dragon struggled but couldn't retreat. Roar! The black dragon roared and bit the green dragon's neck. Green dragon struggled but couldn't break free. Crack, crack, crack. Black dragon kept pressing down. Finally, his fangs sank into green dragon's skin. In the netherworld, this coffin? Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Antimatter? The Nether River Patriarch's expression changed. It's not just antimatter. There's something else special, said Jiangchen in a low voice. In the mortal realm. Crack, crack, boom! Black dragon tore off a chunk of green dragon's flesh. The invincible green dragon finally showed a weakness. Roar! Green dragon roared in pain. It shook violently, causing the world-suppressing coffin to tremble as if it were about to break free. World-suppressing. Black dragon roared again and slammed his tail against the coffin. Boom! Green dragon was suppressed again. Roar! Black dragon roared and tore at green dragon's body. Boom! 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 Before long, green dragon's body was covered in wounds. Why is this happening? Green dragon cried out in grief and indignation. There's no why. I won. Black dragon said in a low voice. Roar! Black dragon opened his mouth. Green dragon was sucked into black dragon's mouth by a powerful suction force. Boom! After swallowing green dragon, black dragon's body emitted billowing black smoke. Boom! The black smoke surrounded black dragon and the world-suppressing coffin. Victory! Yen Chuan's eyes lit up with joy, but he didn't dare be careless. Jiangchen's body was what Jiangchen wanted the most, wasn't it? He had to be on guard against Jiangchen. His body was at its peak, ready for battle at any moment. Ha ha! Jiangchen suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't want to go to the mortal realm. Instead, he turned his head and headed for Nanwai. Yen Chuan paused. Jiangchen left? The emperor looked at Jiangchen, then at Yen Chuan. His figure flickered, and he headed for the North Continent. On the other side, the Nether River Patriarch smiled and left. Yen Chuan, it seems Jiangchen's plan isn't as simple as it seems. Golden Emperor said in a low voice. Well, no matter what, I have to thank you, Golden Emperor. We're even now. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Ah, good. I like your straightforwardness. Golden Emperor laughed. Great benevolence world, the mortal realm. Boom. With a loud bang, the black smoke suddenly scattered. Zombie Yen Chuan was exposed. Zombie Yen Chuan stood on the great emperor's altar. 4 pairs of dragon skeletal wings sprouted from his back. Black, red, purple, and green. Combine! Boom! The 4 pairs of dragon skeletal wings fused into one. In an instant, the dragon's skeletal wings grew to 3 times their original size and emitted millions of rays of golden light. It was as if they had turned into a pair of golden dragon skeletal wings. Boom! Yan Xuan's body rumbled. 16th heaven? Yan Xuan's face lit up with joy. At the same time, rolling power surged into the dragon's skeletal wings. Boom! The dragon's skeletal wings turned pitch black again. They were even more ferocious and domineering than before, emitting a fierce aura. 16th heaven. Zombie Yan Xuan took a look at his own body. On his body, there were 19 colored rays of light, and it looked perfect. Crack, 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 crack. He clenched his fists, and golden energy overflowed from his body. Is this the perfect Jiangchen body? It's several times stronger than before. Yan Xuan exclaimed. On the other side, dark gray Guzi was nowhere to be seen. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of figures flew over from all directions in the mortal realm, stirring up gusts of violent winds. Zombie Yan Xuan was instantly surrounded by 9 peerless experts from the great benevolence world. Chapter 1519. Great Kindness World, World of the Living. Zombie Yan Xuan swallowed Great Venerable Yutian and rushed to the 16th heaven. His strong corporeal body flowed with 19 colored light. Boom! In World of the Living, 9 strong practitioners suddenly appeared and surrounded Yan Xuan. The 9 of them were aggressive, and each of them had prominent horns on their heads. Great Kindness World? After 1,000,000 years, I didn't expect so many 16th heavens to be born, Yan Xuan said solemnly. You are Yan Xuan from the first world? No, he should be Ying from the boundless world. The 9 great strong practitioners stared at Yan Xuan. Yan Xuan was naturally fearless, especially now that his abilities had skyrocketed. Yan Xuan, what are you doing in my great kindness world? You actually ate Yutian? The 9 great strong practitioners were extremely puzzled. The 4 worlds have become one, the continents have merged, and the great kindness world, the netherworld, will belong to the first world from now on. Yan Xuan didn't hide anything. What? Everyone's expression changed. With a flick of his sleeve, Yan Xuan was about to fly away. Stop right there. A Buddha in a kasaya shouted. Yan Xuan ignored him. Boom. That Buddha instantly appeared in front of Yan Xuan. Yan Xuan's eyes turned cold. I just slaughtered Yutian. If you want to die, continue to stop me. This is my great kindness world. How can you come and go as you wish? That Buddha's eyes turned cold. Humph. Yan Xuan didn't talk nonsense and suddenly struck with his palm. Boom. With a single palm strike, the entire surrounding void was dyed black. That Buddha's expression changed. Buddha light illuminates all 100,000 feet golden body. Buddha shouted. Boom. Endless golden light burst out. Buddha's golden light subdued demons and devils. It was the nemesis of all dark and gloomy powers. Facing Yan Xuan's dark yin qi, it was instantly purified. However, there was too much dark yin qi, so much so that it instantly drowned out the golden light. A towering golden statue stood in front of the Buddha. However, Yan Xuan's giant palm slapped down like the end of the world. Boom! An enormous sound that shook the heavens resounded. The enormous golden body of the Buddha was shattered with a bang by the palm, and it was even instantly swept away by the surging black qi and dissipated into nothingness. Boom! The Buddhist ancestor was instantly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the zombie Yan Xuan in horror. The faces of the other 8 experts also darkened. Yan Xuan coldly looked at the crowd. Remember my words, don't court death. Don't court death? Everyone's face stiffened, and they all looked at Yan Xuan with unsightly expressions. Yan Xuan used his valiant strength to forcefully threaten everyone. Everyone saw how tyrannical Yan Xuan was, but no one stepped forward to argue with him. Yan Xuan flew quickly and left the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the Yellow Springs Road in the western outer continent of the Great Kindness World. Boom! The zombie Yan Xuan entered the Yellow Springs Road and entered the Great Kindness World's netherworld. Netherworld? the various experts had already left. They sent people to conquer their respective territories. After the zombie Yen Chuan left, the experts of the Great Kindness World were ashamed and angry. What happened in the Netherworld? What happened? Imperial Sky was also devoured by Yen Chuan? Our Great Kindness World must not be tainted by others. The group of experts were ferocious, and they quickly formed an alliance with each other. Previously, they did not form an alliance and fought on their own. Therefore, when Yen Chuan bullied the Buddha, no one stepped forward. However, it was different now. They had formed an alliance. If it was just a moment ago, everyone could have besieged Yen Chuan with all their might. While the group of experts was investigating the matters of the Netherworld, the Netherworld also submitted to the various factions of the First World in the shortest time possible. After the Thunder Emperor and the Poison Dragon King submitted to Great Kindness, they quickly announced to the world that their subordinates would submit to Yen Chuan. Surging virtue, fate, influence, and fate gathered towards the Great Qin City. Power of fate, power of virtue, power of influence, power of fate, listen to my command. Connect the continents of the two worlds, combine. Yen Chuan shouted. With the surging power of fate, power of virtue, power of influence, and power of fate, the two worlds quickly merged. Rumble. The Great Kindness World rumbled. South Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World, combine. Jiangchen shouted. North Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World, combine. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Inner North Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World, combine. The Emperor shouted. Boom. The four experts shouted at the same time. At almost the same time, they mobilized the power of the two worlds and quickly merged. From Wuji, one could see that almost half of the sphere of the Great Kindness World was suddenly fusing with the sphere of the First World. Boom. The worlds collided and merged. The First World and the entire Netherworld underwent earth-shattering changes. Countless dead spirits suddenly lost their center of gravity and fell into the sky. Under the powerful suction force, the entire Netherworld was in a mess. Rumble! The Netherworld was in chaos, and nothing could be seen clearly. Amidst the chaos, the various officials of the Outer East Continent and Inner South Continent had long since summoned their citizens into the cities to prevent any unexpected changes. Now that the chaos had struck, the various cities activated their formations and waited for the impact. Rumble! The worlds merged, and the Heavenly Daos appeared. The First World's Heavenly Daos and the Great Kindness World's Heavenly Daos. The Heavenly Daos of the two worlds wildly merged. First World's Netherworld, Great Qin City. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan stood at the entrance of the central palace, looking up at the sky with his officials. Silver-eyed Gui Guzi stood beside him. The two of them stared at the countless Great Kindness World's Heavenly Daos that were surging over. The two of them were quickly analyzing and arranging the Heavenly Daos. The human Yen Chuan, the zombie Yen Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the others quickly traversed through the Netherworld and headed towards the Great Qin City. Rumble! The world was in chaos. The fusion of the entire Netherworld was even more chaotic than the fusion of continents in the past, and it lasted for countless years. This was a grand occasion for the Netherworld's Great Qin Heaven realm and the entire First World's Netherworld. Countless people were waiting for the final result. Time continued to pass as the Netherworld merged. First World Yongrel. 2 months later. Xianying City. The Yellow Springs Road was temporarily sealed, and no one could enter the Netherworld. However, this was nothing to the citizens. At this moment, the citizens were most curious about a piece of flat land outside Xianying City. In a Xianying restaurant. Do you see that? 100 people are kneeling in the south of Xianying City. Nonsense, I just went to take a look this morning. The leader is a big monkey. This group of people is really strange. They are all wearing morning clothes. 100 people wearing morning clothes kneeling there. I wonder who they are? I know someone about this. Oh! The Monkey King kneeling at the front with red eyes is the former subordinate of the Grand Master of Heaven, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? The former great Chi Sage King of our territory? Grandmaster of Heaven? In the past, when Xianyang was in danger, Grandmaster of Heaven came to help. For a time, Xianyang City was abuzz with discussion. 100 people were kneeling in the south of the city, all of them wearing mourning clothes. Not only were the citizens curious, but the officials were also alarmed. Originally, it was nothing, but the leader was Sun Wukong, so they had to be careful and report it to the higher-ups. Soon, Gui Guzi led some officials to the south of the city. Gui Guzi's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists. He walked to Sun Wukong. Great Chi Sage King, I already know about the Grandmaster of Heaven, Gui Guzi said with a gloomy face. Sun Wukong knelt there with red eyes. Sir, you and my benefactor are best friends. Please avenge my benefactor by killing and sealing the Lotus God. Sealing the Lotus God? The officials around him had complicated expressions. The strength of the Lotus God was not as simple as a title. Seal him? That was too difficult. Great Chi Sage King, you should get up and come to Xianyang with me. We will wait for the great emperor to return before we make a decision. Gui Guzi stepped forward to help Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong shook his head and said with red eyes, I know you are in a difficult position. After all, the great heaven is under the control of the Yen Emperor. I will kneel here and beg the Yen Emperor. Even if I have to give up everything, I will ask the Yen Emperor to avenge my benefactor. But the great emperor is dealing with an extremely important matter in the underworld. Let's wait for the great emperor to return, Gui Guzi advised. Gui Guzi admired Sun Wukong very much. At least in terms of the Grandmaster of Heaven, he was loyal and loyal. No, thank you for your kindness, sir. I will kneel here and wait for the Yen Emperor to return. Sun Wukong bit his lips as tears welled up in his eyes. Sun Wukong did not get up, and the disciples behind him also knelt. Gui Guzi looked at the group of people in front of him and let out a long sigh. Great Qin City, Netherworld. The 3 Yen Chuan gathered in front of the central palace. Looking at the world in front of them, the original chaos gradually cleared up. The first world, the Great Benevolence World, and the underworld were finally united. In the void, the heaven and earth primal chi increased by countless times, and the space seemed to become more solid. Good. Zombie Yen Chuan said with satisfaction. Outer South Continent, Jiangchen Celestial Realm. Outer North Continent, Ten Palace District. Inner North Continent, Undying Sect. Outer East Continent, Outer South Continent, Great Heaven. Although there were not as many overlaps as the Jiangchen Celestial Realm, the Great Heaven's territory did not lose to anyone. Just as the 3 Yen Chuan were satisfied with the world in front of them, Great Emperor, there's news from the Yang realm. Lu Gang walked to the 3 Yen Chuan with an ugly expression. What's wrong? Zombie Yen Chuan asked curiously. Sect leader Tonggun has fallen. Lu Gang said in a low voice. What? Zombie Yen Chuan raised an eyebrow, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yen Chuan in human form did not hesitate and rushed straight to the Yellow Springs Road. He rushed straight to the Yang realm. Tell me clearly, what happened to sect leader Tong Tian? Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with nervousness. Sect leader Tong Tian died at the hands of the Lotus Goddess. Impossible. Why would he make an enemy of the Lotus Goddess? Yen Chuan said with an ugly expression. It's true. This is what happened at that time. Also, Sun Wukong is kneeling outside Xianyang City, begging the great emperor to avenge sect leader Tong Tian. Lu Gang immediately handed over a jade slip. Yen Chuan immediately took it and quickly read the contents. As he read, his expression became uglier and uglier. Wu Jiong, you bitch! Smack! Yen Chuan angrily smashed the jade slip in his hand on the ground. Chapter 1520. Rumble. While the Great Benevolence World and the First World were fusing, the First World and the Upper-Class World were quickly fusing. The heroes rose together and tore the world apart. After the fusion, the world returned to peace. Xianyang, Outer East Continent. Sun Wukong had been kneeling outside Xianyang City with 100 disciples and Tong Tian followers. At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Yen Chuan stood with his hands behind his back. Giguzi stood beside him and looked at Sun Wukong kneeling outside Xianyang City. Emperor, I've already investigated the matter. Tong Tian should have died because of Master's kindness, but Wu Jiong used it and was eventually killed by the Lotus God. Giguzi said in a deep voice. Yen Chuan clenched his fists. Wu Jiong. Yen Chuan shouted softly. Boom! A sound wave rushed toward the west. The sound shook the world. Yen Chuan's voice was almost everywhere. For a moment, countless experts in the world of the living looked toward the east in confusion. Luoyang City, Outer West Continent. Boom! Taiji Palace was suddenly hit by a sound wave, and the main hall instantly rumbled. Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne, and all the officials in the imperial court were surprised. Wu Jiong's face was gloomy. He slowly stepped down from the dragon throne and walked out of Taiji Palace with the officials. He stood in the square of Taiji Palace and looked toward the east. Yen Chuan and Wu Jiong looked at each other. Yen Chuan, Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Bitch! Yen Chuan shouted angrily in the distance. Wu Jiong's eyes widened, revealing a fierce gaze. In the square of Taiji Palace, the officials were shocked. The world was in an uproar, because many people had already recognized that it was Yen Chuan's voice. Was the Emperor Yen of Great Zhen insulting the Emperor of Great Zhou? Did they hear wrongly? How dare you! Wu Jiong shouted. Yen Chuan did not care. The two dynasties were separated by absolute territory and should not have interfered with each other. However, Yen Chuan seemed to be deliberately provoking the two dynasties. From today onward, you, Wu Jiong, are the enemy of Great Zhen. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. His angry voice spread throughout the world. Dongfang Bubi, Golden Great Monarch, Zhongshan, and Lotus God all looked surprised. After all, it was very rare for an emperor to resolutely take a stand. Sometimes, any hatred could be resolved by benefits. But now, Yen Chuan was actually going to fight to the death with Wu Jiong in front of the world? The Great Zhou domain was in an uproar. The officials of Great Zhou were instantly enraged. For a moment, they didn't know what to say, so they all looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong's eyes were cold, but he didn't say a word. This was because Yen Chuan, who was at the entrance of the Skyward Hall, no longer paid attention to Wu Jiong. His gaze had already turned to the Lotus God of the southern outer continent's 10,000 Lotus Sea. Yen Chuan's eyes were cold and murderous. At the side, Giguzi explained, Great Monarch, that day, Wu Jiong crushed the Jade Talisman and summoned the heavenly demon world's Fuxi. The Lotus deity's army arrived at Luoyang City, and Fuxi attacked, severely injuring the Lotus deity. Severely injuring Lotus God? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, during the battle he entered Wuji again. When he returned, Lotus God was in an extremely sorry state. There was even an 8 trigrams mark on his face and he couldn't recover for a long time. In the end, he brought his subordinates back to the South Outer Continent, Giguzi said. Fuxi? If that bitch Wu Jiong had invited him out earlier, Tong Tian wouldn't have died. Yen Chuan clenched his fists and said with a murderous look in his eyes. Yes, unfortunately, Wu Jiong is too gloomy. Great Monarch, Sun Wukong and the others are still kneeling outside Xianyang. Giguzi said. Lu Buwei, bring them here. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Buwei immediately flew out with some officials. Outside the city, Sun Wukong and a group of people were wearing mourning clothes. They had waited for many days but didn't see Yen Chuan. They were already in despair, but when they suddenly heard Yen Chuan angrily shouting at Wu Jiong, they suddenly heard a voice from heaven. Everyone was immediately excited. Sun Wukong was in tears. Soon, Lu Buwei arrived in front of Sun Wukong. Everyone, the great monarch has returned. Please come to the square of the Chaoan Palace to meet the great monarch. Lu Buwei said politely. Thank you, Lord Lu. Sun Wukong wiped his tears and said. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the Chaotian Palace. As soon as he entered the Chaotian Palace, Sun Wukong knelt down without hesitation. In the past, Sun Wukong only bowed to his master and heaven and earth. However, in the end, he realized that he had been schemed against by everyone. Only the Grand Master of Heaven admired his pride. When the heroes of the great wide world sacrificed him, it was the Grand Master of Heaven who turned the tide and saved him. It was the Grand Master of Heaven who brought him to this world. Here, because he was grateful to the Grand Master of Heaven, Sun Wukong only bowed to him. He did not bow to anyone else. Even in the Great Zhou realm, he did not bow to Wu Jiong. However, today, Sun Wukong once again put down his dignity. He would only take revenge for this. Yen Di, Sun Wukong kowtows to you to avenge my benefactor, the Grand Master of Heaven. Sun Wukong immediately kowtowed. Looking at Sun Wukong, Yen Chuan sighed slightly. You did not let the Grand Master of Heaven down in the end. I will never forget my benefactor's kindness of rebirth. As long as I can take revenge and seal the Lotus God, I am willing to kowtow to everyone who is willing to avenge my benefactor, Sun Wukong said through gritted teeth. In the past, my benefactor and the Yen Di were best friends. I was incompetent and could not avenge my benefactor. I only hope that the Yen Di can do his best for the sake of your friendship with my benefactor. I know that this is a little difficult for you. After all, the Lotus God's strength is monstrous, and it is difficult to find a match for him. However, I still want to surpass him once. Sun Wukong pleaded. Yen Di, please take action. The 100 people behind him kowtowed at the same time. The officials did not say anything. Yen Chuan put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. The sky was gloomy and surrounded by dark clouds. A handful of light shone down, making people feel slightly depressed. Bai Yi, my teacher is called Hong Jun. He is now discussing something with Bai Huang and has brought us 3 brothers to the Bai family to pay our respects. You are Bai Huang's grandson, and I am Hong Juan's disciple. Why don't we compete? Ha, this is great. Bai Yi, last time, you blocked a sword for me. This time, I blocked a saber for you. We are even. This group of evil thieves has been wreaking havoc in the world for many years. Let's see who has killed more. Gui Guzi is a learned man, and you are not bad either. However, we can't travel the world together in the future. Teacher has a big plan to do. The 3 of us will do our best to cooperate with teacher. Bai Yi, in order to cooperate with teacher, my body may be separated from my divine soul. If one day my body becomes your enemy, kill. Bai Yi, you may not see me in the future, but remember, you and I are brothers. Yen Chuan, your enemy is my enemy. So what if it is Emperor Qinglong? At worst, I will lose my aquamarine palace. I will fight with you. The past of Tong Tian flashed through Yen Chuan's mind. Gradually, Yen Chuan clenched his fists tighter, and his eyes became moist. Emperor Yen, Wukong kowtows. Wukong kowtowed again. Rise, the hatred of Tong Tian is my hatred. Yen Chuan said through gritted teeth. Wukong suddenly looked up. Lu Buwei, send an order to the world. Great Zhen is to prepare for war. We will attack the great evil world. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. What? Great Emperor! Everyone shouted. Attack the great evil world? Emperor, the Lotus God is powerful. Although he was severely injured by Zhongshan and Fuxi, his strength is at the 17th heaven. Is Great Zhen going to attack the great evil world now? Lu Buwei said in surprise. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. The officials were in an uproar. The scene of the Lotus God's projection coming to Xianyang not long ago still lingered in their minds. Such a domineering expert was going to fight now? Fight! Yen Chuan shouted, instantly interrupting the clamor of the officials. Yes, Emperor. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Mengwenrua, you will write the declaration of war and prepare to attack the great evil world. Yen Chuan ordered. Yes, Emperor. Send Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, and Shang Yang to the world of the living. Yi Feng will be the commander of the war against the great evil world. Immediately formulate a plan to attack the great evil world. Yen Chuan ordered. Yes, Emperor. The people behind him shouted. The Lotus God was powerful, so powerful that he was the master of a world. However, in Great Zhen, The officials were not frightened by the Lotus God's name. It was fine if Yan Chuan did not give the order, but once he did, the officials were united. They were united against the outside world. Great Shin's national machinery quickly moved, attacking the great evil world. Over the past few days, it had always been the great evil world invading the first world. This was the first time Great Shin was preparing to invade the great evil world. The officials obeyed. Sun Wukong, who was in front of Yan Chuan, could no longer stop his tears. Sun Wukong was not a person who cried easily. In fact, this was the first time Sun Wukong had cried in this world for 1,000,000 years. However, he could not stop crying. No one around him would laugh at him. These were tears of gratitude. Many thanks, Yen Emperor. Many thanks, Yen Emperor. Sun Wukong immediately said. Thump, thump, thump. Sun Wukong desperately kowtowed to the ground to express his boundless gratitude. That was the Lotus God. Aside from peerless experts like Fuxi, Jiangchen, and Zhongshan, who dared to provoke him. Yet, Yan Chuan decided to risk his life for the sake of their old friendship? No need to kowtow. If you have a deep grudge, go find Yi Feng. Go to the battlefield and kill the enemy together. Yan Chuan said. Thank you, Yen Emperor. Sun Wukong immediately replied. Although he could not deal with the Lotus God, killing the Lotus God's subordinates was a way for him to vent his hatred. Yan Chuan gave the order. Soon, the news spread throughout the world. Meng Wenruo's declaration of war was published. Almost the entire world knew that the Great Shin realm had declared war on the great evil world. The world was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that the Great Shin realm was powerful, it was not powerful enough to shake the Lotus God, right? In the 10,000 Lotus Sea of the outer South Continent, the Lotus God was cultivating in seclusion. Tian Gang and a group of demons gathered together to read a declaration of war. The Great Shin realm? Yan Chuan? How dare he? Tian Gang said in surprise. What is Yan Chuan doing? Is he avenging sect master Tong Tian? Eastern High Priest said in surprise. Is he courting death? He wants to deal with the great evil world with just the Great Shin realm? Southern High Priest asked in confusion. Almost everyone thought that Yan Chuan was crazy. Even if the Lotus God was severely injured, Yan Chuan could not compare to her. Moreover, Transcendence recovered extremely quickly. Chapter 1521. Great Shin's forces were gathered at the border, waiting for Yan Chuan's order to attack Great Evil World. Before the army arrived, the crusade had already spread throughout Great Evil World. Under the command of the evil demon leaders, a large number of evil demons gathered at the border. The crusade was also spread throughout the world. For a time, the eyes of all the heroes in the world were gathered here. Outside North Continent, Zhongshan study. Sector Lord, Yan Chuan has offended Wu Jiong and made Lotus Deity his enemy. A minister said in a low voice. Zhongshan nodded and said, although Tong Tian was killed by Lotus Deity, he died because of Wu Jiong. His hatred for Wu Jiong is even greater. But why did Yan Chuan send troops to Lotus Deity and not Wu Jiong? The minister was puzzled. After all, Wu Jiong was definitely not as powerful as Lotus Deity. That's because Tong Tian did not blame Wu Jiong in the end. He even passed his will of the 16 levels of heaven to Wu Jiong. Tong Tian did not want Wu Jiong to die. Yan Chuan respected Tong Tian's decision, so he directed his anger at Lotus Deity. Zhongshan said in a low voice. But Tong Tian is really strange. Can't he see that Wu Jiong is using him? According to the collected information, Tong Tian should know that Wu Jiong could ask Fuxi to attack. But he was used by Wu Jiong on purpose, and in the end he passed on his will. Zhongshan said in a low voice. But the minister could not understand. It should be related to Hongjun. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Hongjun? Do you still remember the fall of Grand Supreme and Primeval Supreme? They had already entered the big picture, and there was no turning back now. To Tongan, dying in battle is the best choice. Zhongshan said with a complicated expression. I don't understand the specific situation, but I can feel the big picture, a big picture set up by Hongjun. Hongjuan's schemes are unparalleled. Not everyone can see through his schemes. Zhongshan said in a low voice. The ministers nodded. Then, Sector Lord, should we intervene when Yan Chuan attacks Great Evil World? The minister asked again. After a moment of silence, Zhongshan shook his head and said, No. This is a chance for Yan Chuan. Since he dares to fight against Lotus God, he naturally has his own plans. Let's wait and see. Zhongshan said solemnly. The ministers were silent for a while. After a while, one of them asked curiously, Realm Lord, when Ing was in the Great Thousand Worlds and shook the world with his might, our dynasty was still weak. But Ing didn't seem to be around and helped our dynasty to soar. Realm Lord, are you trying to imitate the past and return the favor to Yan Chuan? Zhongshan remained silent for a while before answering, Not all of them. The Lotus deity used the magical treasure of the first epoch to transcend, but I didn't. He has no hope of breaking through again in this lifetime, but I can. I need an opportunity, and this opportunity might fall on Yan Chuan. Zhongshan said solemnly. Everyone's eyes lit up. My transcendence in the past was ultimately due to Yan Chuan's help. It was ultimately due to someone else, and there is this flaw. And this flaw can only be removed when I fight Yan Chuan in the future. When Yan Chuan and I work together, it will be the time for me to fight him. Zhongshan said solemnly. The ministers answered. Since Great Zhen has sent out their troops, I naturally can't do nothing. Yan Chuan has a grudge with Wu Jiong. I'm afraid that Wu Jiong will make a move when Yan Chuan fights Lotus God. Your mission is to block all of Wu Jiong's schemes for Great Zhen. Zhongshan said solemnly. Also, I'm preparing to make a trip to the Netherworld. Mr. Shi, go and send me a visitation card. Zhongshan said solemnly. Visitation card? Send it to Nether River Patriarch? An official's expression changed. That's right. Nether River Patriarch has only taken 10 territories of the Netherworld's outer north continent. There are still 26 territories without an owner. I wish to exchange 10 territories of the Greater Thousand Realms for 26 territories of the outer north continent. Zhongshan said solemnly. The Greater Thousand Realms will merge with the outer north continent of the Netherworld? The ministers asked solemnly. Zhongshan nodded. Yang Realm, Northeast Continent, Dongfang Sect. Jiangchen came to Dongfang Palace once again and sat down with Dongfang Bubi. The two of them looked into the distance. They could see the soldiers at the border between Great Evil Realm and Great Zhen, ready to make a move. Jiangchen's body? Yan Chuan already has complete control over that zombie. Why haven't you made a move yet? Dongfang Bubi gently poured a cup of tea. Jiangchen drank as he shook his head. It's not the time yet. Oh, it's not the time yet? Dongfang Bubi asked in confusion. Jiangchen shook his head and didn't continue the topic. Whatever. Now that Yan Chuan's declaration of war is out, zombie Yan Chuan will definitely come out of the Netherworld. Let's see what's so special about this Jiangchen's body. It's still not enough to fight the Lotus Goddess. Dongfang Bubi said indifferently. Let's wait and see. Jiangchen smiled. However, it seems you've never cared about the Grand Emperor's altar? Jiangchen looked at Dongfang Bubi. Given Dongfang Bubi's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain an altar. Yet he'd never made a move? It seems you've noticed as well? Dongfang Bubi looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled and took another sip of wine. He didn't say anything else. You've already made arrangements for the battle between Yan Chuan and the Lotus Goddess, haven't you? Dongfang Bubi asked indifferently. That's right. Jiangchen nodded affirmatively. Dongfang Bubi smiled and didn't say anything else. He looked to the south. Outer East Continent, Xianying. Skyward Palace. Yan Chuan looked to the south, his eyes cold. Exterminate evil. Yan Chuan ordered. His voice instantly spread to the south. At the southern border, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, and the other Great Zhen generals all wore dignified expressions. They commanded the three armies and quietly waited for orders. Suddenly, Yan Chuan's voice rang out. Yes, sir. The three armies shouted in unison. Rumble. With Yen Chuan's order, the generals officially charged into the Great Vile Realm. Outer South Continent, Myriad Lotuses Sea. A group of fiend leaders gathered at the entrance of a large hall. When will the Lord emerge from seclusion? The fiends asked anxiously. Without the Lotus Goddess presiding over the Great Zhen invasion, something seemed to be missing. Astral Vault and the Nether King stood in front of the fiends. The Lord has already recovered from his injuries. The Nether King said in a low voice. Ah, good. The fiends were instantly delighted. Since Lotus Deity had already recovered from her injuries, then Dezhen's attack would be a joke. The Lord is refining the White Tiger Great Emperor and is trying to close the altar. He can't come out for now. The battle at the front lines will depend on you all. The Nether King said. Refining the Great Emperor's altar? Everyone's eyes lit up. When the Lord emerges, he'll be even stronger. Not to mention Yen Chuan, even if he meets Zhong Shan and the others again, he'll be able to defeat them. Tian Gang said confidently. Good, everyone said happily. Chapter 1522. Xianying City. Great Zhen's invasion of the great evil world began. Yen Chuan, Zombie Yen Chuan, and Silver-Eyed Yen Chuan gathered in Heaven Pavilion. The three of them looked at a small box at the same time. Silver-Eyed Yen Chuan said in a deep voice, "This is the box that Bai Huang gave us before he died. I've finally cracked the restrictions on it by using the Bai Huang family's 10300 restrictions." Grandpa. A trace of sadness flashed in Yen Chuan's eyes. Open it. Zombie Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Silver-Eyed Yen Chuan nodded. Crack, crack, crack. Gently, the small box opened. There was a green seed and a jade slip in the box. Jade slip? Yen Chuan's eyes lit up. Yen Chuan reached out and picked up the jade slip to read the information about Bai Huang that might be in it. Silver-Eyed Yen Chuan and Zombie Yen Chuan looked at the seed strangely. What a dense seed. I can't see through it even with my silver eyes? Silver-Eyed Yen Chuan said in surprise. On the other side, Yen Chuan had already read the jade slip. Little Bai Yi, did you see the seed I left for you? Remember, keep it by your side at all times. It's with me. Don't be sad. I don't regret my death. I've divined the secrets of heaven and touched fate. No one can save me. I've divined the future. There will be countless dangers in the future. I've also divined you. I'm very happy. There will be countless doubts in the future. Don't be confused by outsiders. Remember, believe in yourself. You must believe in yourself. Also, I've heard you say that there is a large amount of antimatter in Hongjuan's Purple Cloud Palace. Antimatter is a variable. If you enter it again, you must absorb it into your body and into your destiny to avoid fate's prying. There are countless living beings in the world. Although fate controls the world, it can't take care of everything. Only the peerless powerhouses will be the focus of fate. Fate seems to be awake. The sudden rise of a powerhouse can attract his prying. However, antimatter can weaken fate's prying. The more you absorb into your body, the better. Also, be careful of Hongjun. There wasn't much content in the jade slip, but every sentence was sincere. It was pointing out the way for Yen Chuan. Even at death's door, it was thinking about Yen Chuan's future. I will, Grandpa. Yen Chuan's eyes reddened. Quang. Zombie Yen Chuan took out the heaven-burying coffin. Rumble. Inside the coffin, countless antimatter formed a vortex. Yen Chuan in his human form and Yen Chuan in his zombie form instantly stepped into the vortex. Immediately, the billowing antimatter vortex surged into their bodies. Boom. The Great Emperor's altar appeared again, and some of the antimatter that had just entered his body was pushed out again. The Great Emperor's altar repels antimatter? Same as last time? Zombie Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. Intong Yen Chuan looked at the two of them and said, "The last time we returned from Earth, it was for this reason that we stopped absorbing antimatter. Do you want to continue now?" "Continue, I believe in Grandpa," Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Boom. Yen Chuan in his human form and Yen Chuan in his zombie form forcefully absorbed antimatter into their bodies. Even if their bodies were repelling it, they still forcefully absorbed it. Underworld, North Outer Continent, Chu Jiang Palace entrance. Boom. Zhong Shan suddenly descended. The entrance of Chu Jiang Palace opened, and Ice God was waiting with a group of subordinates. Realm Lord Zhong, Master is waiting in the palace, please, Ice God said. Zhong Shan nodded and stepped into Chu Jiang Palace. Chu Jiang Palace wasn't an ordinary palace. Once they entered, it was as if they had walked into a new world. It was vast and boundless. There was a space door behind him. Behind the space door, it was like two different worlds. There was a bright sun in the sky, shining down on the earth. Zhong Shan looked at this scene with slight surprise and flew into the sky at the same time. The world was vast and boundless. However, Zhong Shan's eyesight was extremely powerful. Soon he saw the same space door. There were a total of 10. Yen Luo Palace, Chu Jiang Palace, City Palace. The 10 palaces of North Outer Continent all lead to this space? Zhong Shan was surprised. Ice God nodded. Realm Lord Zhong, please. Zhong Shan looked at the direction Ice God was pointing at. In a pavilion on a mountain peak in the distance, Ancestor Nether River was sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea and looking over with a smile. Ancestor Nether River, long time no see. Zhong Shan said solemnly. In the past, he had met with Ying in the Great Thousand World. Transcending with strength? Not bad. Ancestor Nether River exclaimed in admiration. Yang Realm, South Outer Continent, 10,000 Lotus Sea. In a palace. Lotus God sat cross-legged on a white lotus. In front of her was White Tiger Emperor, who was imprisoned by Lotus God. Lotus God, what are you trying to do? If you want the Great Emperor altar, I will give it to you. White Tiger Emperor said with grief and indignation. Because I have transcended, I cannot refine the Great Emperor altar. Lotus God said lightly. If that's the case, then let me go. I will submit to you. White Tiger Emperor said. Lotus God shook his head. Although I cannot refine the Great Emperor altar, I can refine you. Lotus God said in a deep voice. White Tiger Emperor exclaimed. You have no choice? Lotus God's eyes turned cold. Boom! Billowing power rushed towards White Tiger Emperor. White Tiger Emperor suddenly screamed as his body started to distort violently. The coarse face of the White Tiger Great Emperor gradually transformed into the face of the Lotus Goddess. Outer South Continent. Bai Qi led an army and charged towards an evil demon camp. The evil demons in the camp had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. Centaur race? Kill them. Bai Qi's army was built by killing. Use the blood of the enemy to refine my blood soul. Bai Qi shouted. Boom! The golden body of the path of slaughter appeared. Like a meat grinder, it charged towards the evil demons. Roar! The army charged forward. In other directions, Jin Deyu, Meng Tian, and Wang Jian all turned into killing gods as they led the army to kill. A group of war gods was like a sharp knife, piercing into the enemy. Yi Feng was at the back, watching the battle at all times. Outside the 1,000 Lotuses Sea, the evil demon leaders' faces were extremely ugly. Invading the great evil world? What a sinister Yan Chuan. Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Yes, Yan Chuan can mobilize the power of Great Evil World from the expansion of Great Evil World's territory. East High Priest said in a deep voice. It seems that Yan Chuan is really not going to find any more allies. South High Priest said with a trace of surprise. Everyone, follow me to destroy the Great Evil World's generals. East High Priest said in a deep voice. Okay. The group of fiend leaders responded and quickly charged forward. Chapter 1523. Battle of the Southern Continent. Countless evil demons were gathered from the various tribes of the Great Evil World and entered the battlefield. A group of peerless experts also entered the battlefield. The East High Priest, South High Priest, West High Priest, and North High Priest. The appearance of the 4 High Priests immediately changed the atmosphere of the battlefield. Meng Tian and the others were immediately obstructed. However, there were also experts from the Foreign Affairs Department, Dongfang Jingji faction, and the other experts in the army, blocking a portion of the evil demons. However, there were too many experts in the great evil world. The ferocious Great Shen army was finally stopped. Until Yan Chuan arrived. On Meng Tian's battlefield, the South High Priest held his scepter and led a large number of evil demons to attack. Meng Tian retreated in defeat. Roar! The evil demons roared wantonly, becoming fiercer as they fought. Boom! A strong wind blew, and Yan Chuan suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. It's the Emperor! The Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The Emperor is here. Boys, follow me and kill. Roar! With just Yan Chuan's appearance, the soldiers of Dezhen who had been defeated immediately roared and charged forward. What? Yan Chuan? Shouldn't you wait for the Lord to come out? The South High Priest's expression changed. According to the usual practice of the Yun dynasty, the Emperor usually did not make a move. He would only come out in the final duel between the kings. If Yan Chuan wanted to challenge the Lotus deity, he should have looked for the Lotus deity. He was just like Meng Tian, a general of two forces. How could Yan Chuan lower himself to participate in the battle? Wait for the Lotus god? This time it's just Zhen who wants to take revenge on him, Nen High Priest. Since you're here, warm up with me, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he drew the jade the arch sword in his hand and shot it over. Immediately, sword lights filled the sky and surged towards the South High Priest. Boom! The South High Priest blocked, but Yan Chuan's sword energy was too strong. After one clash, the South High Priest flew back. Yan Chuan didn't go for the kill either. Instead, he ruthlessly suppressed the Southern High Priest, causing him to be battered and exhausted. For a time, the evil demon army lost their morale, and they retreated in panic. In the distance, when the Eastern High Priest saw Yan Chuan coming, he suddenly quivered. How could Yan Chuan participate in the battle? Kill! Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Xing! A sword light shot out, and High Priest Nan's right arm was immediately cut in two. High Priest Nan threw away his scepter and looked at Yan Chuan in horror. Boom! Turning around, High Priest Nan shot into the distance. Swish! Yan Chuan chased after him. Nan High Priest led Yan Chuan into the battlefield of the devil leaders. Yan Chuan didn't care. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Kong Huangtian's will fight. Boom! With Yan Chuan taking action, the morale of Dezhen's army soared like never before, and the army advanced even faster. The soldiers at the front were opening up new territories, while the civil officials at the back were in charge of cities. The army advanced. Yan Chuan didn't know exhaustion and kept fighting with the evil demons. The number of demon leaders increased. East High Priest, South High Priest, West High Priest, North High Priest, and all kinds of peerless experts. Yan Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword had already been dyed red. It was unstoppable as it fought against the crowd. Boom! 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 After a demon leader was killed, another demon took its place. But Yan Chuan's battles seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. Outside the myriad lotuses sea, the Nether King and Tiangang looked from afar. That's not right. Yan Chuan is practicing his sword. Tiangang's expression changed. That seems to be the case. The Nether King nodded. An expert at the side asked in confusion, sword training? Just like the previous time around the southeast continent. The more he fought, the stronger Yan Chuan became. Previously, during the battle, Yan Chuan broke through to the 15th heavenly layer. The current Yan Chuan wants to imitate the previous time? Tiangang's expression sank. But if this continues, Yan Chuan won't be able to take it. He has already fought against 18 15th heavenly layer experts. He won't be able to hold on any longer. Tiangang was getting more and more worried. From afar, more and more peerless experts entered Yan Chuan's battlefield. Yan Chuan's sword danced faster and faster. However, the consumption of energy was also huge. Boom! Suddenly, the great emperor's sacrificial altar appeared beneath Yan Chuan's feet. The moment the great emperor's sacrificial altar appeared, Energy surged into Yan Chuan's body. The great emperor's sacrificial altar had the ability to repair everything. Yan Chuan's consumption was rapidly recovering. Boom! Yan Chuan fought against 20 peerless experts. What should we do? Yan Chuan's sword is getting sharper and sharper. Yan Chuan seems to be born for battle. We can't stop. We can't hold on any longer. We have to hold on even if we can't. The Lord will come out of seclusion soon. The group of evil demon experts roared anxiously. Yan Chuan fought more and more bravely. The fighting heavenly meridian appeared behind him, which was inherited from Kong Huangtian. Yan Chuan was getting more and more proficient in using it. Occasionally, when he was in danger, the Xing heavenly meridian would appear. The heavenly meridian that he had robbed from the great emperor of Ziwei was getting more and more handy. Boom! With a single sword strike, 20 peerless experts were knocked away by Yan Chuan's sword. Yan Chuan crazily charged towards the southern high priest. With one sword, the high priest was split in half. However, at this moment, more peerless experts rushed in. Boom! The number of evil demon experts didn't decrease but increased instead. Countless powerhouses followed Yan Chuan's battle and headed towards the myriad Lotus domain. With the help of countless civil officials, the army behind him quickly expanded the borders of the Great Shen. Rumble. The battle continued for 2 months. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been exhausted to death. However, the great emperor's sacrificial altar kept replenishing all of Yan Chuan's exhaustion, including his energy. Countless evil demons were killed and were exhausted. However, Yan Chuan's energy was getting stronger. Yan Chuan even felt like he was about to break through again. The great evil world was dead for a moment. Countless evil demons had ugly expressions. In the past, the great evil world was the strongest world. However, now that Yan Chuan had killed his way in, it was like no one was there. Countless evil demons had ugly expressions on their faces. Kill, kill, kill. Yan Chuan continued to push into the battlefield. Countless evil demons gathered in the 10,000 Lotus Sea, looking anxious. Until 3 days later, the 10,000 Lotus Palace suddenly opened. The Lord has come out of seclusion. The Lord has come out of seclusion. Cheers erupted outside the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The evil demon experts fighting in the distance were overjoyed when they saw the 10,000 Lotus Palace open. All of them felt wronged. The Lord had finally come out of seclusion. Boom! The evil demons that were sent flying by Yan Chuan did not have any thoughts of revenge. Instead, they quickly fled toward the 10,000 Lotus Sea. The evil demons that were blocking Yan Chuan immediately scattered. Yan Chuan held his sword and suddenly stopped. He looked at the entrance of the 10,000 Lotus Palace in the distance. The Lotus Goddess, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked out of the 10,000 Lotus Palace. "Welcome back, Lord," countless evil demons said respectfully. The Lotus Goddess looked indifferent as she slowly walked to the square outside the palace. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Yan Chuan, who was full of fighting spirit. "Yan Chuan, how dare you?" the Lotus Goddess suddenly shouted. In the distance, Yan Chuan held the Jade Emperor sword in his hand and did not back down. "Lotus God, you have offended the great Jin Empire many times and killed my close friend. Today I will behead you and suppress your soul. I will avenge the great Jin Empire's humiliation and comfort the spirit of Tongtian." Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Chapter 1524. Lotus Goddess, you've offended the great Jin sect many times and killed my close friend. Today, I'm here to behead you and suppress your divine soul. I'll avenge the great Jin sect's humiliation and comfort the spirit of Tonggan. In the distance, Lotus deity stared coldly at Yan Chuan. Comfort the spirit of Tongtian? Tongtian is already dead. What can you do? This is not Dezhen's celestial realm. How dare you make me your enemy? This is Dezhen's celestial realm. People of Dezhen, listen up. Raise your right hand and borrow my power to suppress Lotus deity. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! There was no need for the golden dragon. The loud sound instantly spread throughout the world. Within Dezhen's celestial realm, Yan Chuan could instantly spread his voice across the world if he wanted to. In the sky above Xianyang, in the sea of providence clouds, a golden dragon roared. It seemed to have crossed time and space and rushed towards Yan Chuan. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling power followed the golden dragon and rushed towards Yan Chuan at the border of Dejin. In just a short while. Boom. The power of the people in the world rushed into Yan Chuan's body. Stepping on the two great emperor altars, Yan Chuan's feet suddenly became a sea of blood. 3 heavenly veins were erected and hundreds of heavenly Tao surrounded Yan Chuan. The rolling power spread and the surrounding void trembled. Yan Chuan didn't dare to be careless in front of Lotus deity. At the same time, in the netherworld, people of Dejin, raise your right hand and borrow my power to suppress Lotus deity. Boom! The voice of the netherworld spread across the world. Countless people quickly raised their right hand and the rolling power rushed towards Yan Chuan. In the world of the living, Yan Chuan's power surged and his fighting spirit soared. Lotus deity glared at him. A great emperor altar suddenly appeared under Lotus deity's feet. A fierce aura spread out. At this moment, almost all the peerless elites in the world of the living looked over. Outside North Continent, Immortal Palace, Zhong Shan and Jian Ao stood together. Great Emperor's altar? Isn't the great monarch's altar repelling transcendence? Zhong Shan frowned. However, the great emperor's altar beneath the feet of the southern continent's lotus god overturned this fact. When the lotus god stepped out of the great emperor's altar, monstrous energy surged out from her body. Boom! The lotus deity charged straight at Yan Chuan. Suddenly, the lotus deity punched out. He punched out, and the fist aura formed the shape of a huge white tiger. The white tiger tore through the void and pounced on Yan Chuan from afar. Before the fist arrived, the fist aura had already reached the blood sea. The blood sea instantly churned up huge waves. The ferocious tiger roared into the sky. Yan Chuan, in his human form, did not dare to be careless. Suddenly he used the Hand of Tao. Under the full power of the Hand of Tao, its might was incomparably domineering. A fist energy and a tiger energy collided fiercely. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The void for thousands of miles was shattered. A giant black hole sucked in everything around it. The territory below was immediately torn apart by the aftershock. The power of the Lotus God was too great. It was so great that even Yan Chuan, who was in human form, was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Boom! Yan Chuan steadied himself. The Lotus deity stood in the distance with a disdainful look on her face. "That's all you got?" The Lotus deity said coldly. The Lotus deity punched again. Her body was surrounded by dazzling starlight. The white tiger star and hundreds of stars in the western continent of the netherworld suddenly lit up. The power of the stars surged into the Lotus deity's body. Again, the Lotus deity shouted. She punched again. Roar! 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 This time, it wasn't just one ferocious tiger fist, but hundreds of ferocious tiger fists surrounding it. The ferocious attack was like 100 tigers galloping. They roared and charged at Yan Chuan fiercely. The void was torn apart wherever the tigers passed. Under the fierce attack, almost all the overlords in the southern continent felt a chill in their hearts. With just a glance, one could feel the devastation of the boundless power. The void around Yan Chuan had been sealed. There was no way to escape. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold as a ferocious look flashed across his face. Break! Break! Yan Chuan's 2 thunderous roars came from heaven and earth. Boom! Yan Chuan's fist energy charged. This time, it wasn't 1, but 2. In an instant, the zombie Yan Chuan was already in front of him. The 2 Yan Chuans were the same opponent for the first time. Yan Chuan's fist energy was powerful. The zombie Yan Chuan's dragon bone wings were spread out. They contained the power of the world and were even more powerful. Boom! The 2 punches were aimed at the 100 tigers. The collision was several times more powerful than before. The void in the surrounding thousands of miles exploded and swallowed everything. The territory below instantly cracked into countless pieces. The surrounding sea was filled with tsunamis. Rumble! As the void was mended, the scene of the attack was gradually revealed. It was blocked. The two Yanchuans worked together to block the Lotus Goddess's powerful tiger attack. Countless experts in all directions revealed looks of shock and horror. How long had it been, and the Yanchuan was already able to fight the Lotus Goddess? The overlord of the 10,000 Lotus Seas overlord was shocked by the ferocious power. The Lotus Goddess looked at the two opponents coldly. The human Yanchuan and the zombie Yanchuan looked at each other. Whoosh! The human Yanchuan immediately flew away from the battlefield. The Lotus Goddess's eyes widened. Boom! The zombie Yanchuan immediately stood in front of the Lotus Goddess. Let me deal with you, the zombie Yanchuan said. Just you alone? You're not enough. The Lotus Goddess said coldly. Why don't you try? The zombie Yanchuan said. Boom! The black dragon Great Path suddenly appeared. The zombie Yanchuan did not hesitate and quickly merged with the Great Path. Roar! The zombie Yanchuan turned into a huge black dragon carrying the world's suppressing bronze coffin. As it swam, it glared at the Lotus Goddess. The zombie Yanchuan was originally a 16th-tier overlord. With the Great Emperor's altar, the Jiangshan body, and the black dragon Great Path. Together with the power of the world. The black dragon's power was no weaker than that of Great Emperor Zue. As the power surged, the Lotus Goddess had to be on guard and be careful. The human Yanchuan held a long sword in his hand and rushed toward the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he was above the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Yanchuan's arrival immediately caused the group of abyss devils to panic. No, how is this possible? How can Yanchuan be so powerful? He's here. The demons were panicking. They could still remember Yanchuan's massacre. Now, Yanchuan had mobilized the power of the world. Yanchuan was even stronger. What should they do now? Everyone was panicking. Another series of footsteps could be heard coming from the 1,000 Lotus Palace. The Nether King turned his head. Master? The Nether King said in surprise. All the demons looked over and were pleasantly surprised. The Lotus Goddess? Another Lotus Goddess? Another Lotus Goddess walked out from the 10,000 Lotus Palace. Could it be that the Lotus Goddess also had the power of a clone? I understand now. The Lord from before was refining the White Tiger Emperor's clone. The Nether King's expression changed as he analyzed the situation. In midair, the human Yanchuan looked at the Lotus Goddess coldly. The Lotus Goddess also looked at Yanchuan coldly. Yanchuan, I didn't expect you to develop so quickly. Welcome, Master, the demons shouted happily. The Lotus Goddess looked at her subordinates. Finally, she saw the Nether King. Nether King, I will borrow the power of the world. You will fight Yanchuan. The Lotus Goddess said coldly. The Nether King's expression changed. The surrounding demons were shocked. Father and son fighting. Chapter 1525. Nether King, I will lend you the power of a world. You will fight with Yanchuan. Lotus Goddess said coldly. Nether King's face changed. The surrounding devils were shocked. Father and son fighting? Tiangang's face changed. My lord, Nether King is Yanchuan's son. If I lend the power of a world to Nether King, what if he betrays me? Tiangang, Nether King, will only respect the Lord. Nether King scolded. The other devil leaders were also worried. Nether King, what do you think? Lotus Goddess looked at Nether King again and ignored Tiangang's advice. Yes, Nether King. Nether King said seriously. Lotus Goddess nodded. She waved her hand. On the Million Lotus Sea, the countless lotuses suddenly trembled. Devils of the great evil world, I will use the Lotus Goddess. Lotus Goddess said. Lotus Goddess's voice spread across the entire great evil world. In an instant, countless devils knelt down and chanted Lotus Goddess's name in their hearts. Boom! Waves of energy surged out from the bodies of the devils and disappeared into the sky. Just like how Yanchuan could mobilize the power of the people, Lotus Goddess could also mobilize the power of the living and dead spirits in the entire great evil world. Boom. The million Lotus Sea absorbed endless energy. Lotus Goddess waved her hand and the lotuses faced Nether King. Rumble. Waves of energy surged into Nether King's body. In an instant, Nether King's aura surged. Nether King roared. His hair was disheveled as he took a step forward and charged towards Yen Chuan. Below Yen Chuan's feet was a sea of blood. Below Nether King's feet was a sea of black. It was like ink covering the sky. Boom. The sea of blood and the sea of black collided. Both sides created huge waves. Yen Chuan vs Nether King. Both of them stepped on the huge waves and looked at each other coldly. In the 10,000 Lotus Sea, the Lotus God looked solemn. I understand. Master's intention is to let the Nether King make a move. The Nether King is Yen Chuan's son. If Yen Chuan attacks, he will definitely not use his full strength. Also, we can test the Nether King's loyalty? Astral's eyes brightened. Could it be that Master is able to take back the power of an entire realm at any time? That's right, the Lord will definitely be able to withdraw the power of an entire realm at any time. The demons were overjoyed as they looked at the battle in the distance with bright eyes. The 10,000 Lotus Sea is the main hub of the great evil world. As long as the 10,000 Lotus Sea exists, I can mobilize the power of an entire world at any time. All of you, swear to protect the 10,000 Lotus Sea with your lives. The Lotus Goddess said to the demons in a deep voice. Don't worry, Master. The group of demons shouted. There were countless spectators all over the world. Outer North Continent, Immortal Palace. Zhong Shan and Jian Ao squinted their eyes when they saw the Outer South Continent. A battle between father and son? Zhong Shan, this is rather similar to how you were in the past. Jian Ao smiled faintly. It's different. In the past, when I conquered the world, my son and I merely put on a show to deceive the world. Yen Chuan and the Netherworld King are different, Zhong Shan said in a low voice. The Netherworld King is indeed Yen Chuan's son. However, the Netherworld King wasn't putting on a show. He was being controlled. The world's third most powerful divine ability, soul control. Zhong Shan said in a low voice. Soul control? That's right. He's completely under control. The Netherworld King is only loyal to the Lotus Goddess. He doesn't recognize his own family. The Lotus Goddess is truly scheming. She's using the Netherworld King to fight Yen Chuan? Zhong Shan said in a low voice. Jian Ao looked into the distance and fell silent. Ring Northeast Continent, Dongfang Sect. Jiangchen and Dongfang Bubi were watching the battle in the Outer South Continent. The 10,000 Lotus Sea? The main hub of the great evil world? Jiangchen narrowed his eyes and sneered. You're really planning to make a move? Dongfang Bubi frowned. Just wait and see. Jiangchen smiled. As he spoke, Jiangchen tossed his wine cup aside. I'm leaving. Jiangchen said his goodbyes, took a step forward, and instantly vanished from Dongfang Bubi's sight. Dongfang Bubi's gaze was cold as he stared at the distant Lotus Goddess. Outer South Continent. Roar. Boom. Black Dragon roared and collided with the Lotus Goddess's White Tiger Emperor once more. Under the tremendous impact, the territory below them completely collapsed. The vast expanse of land gradually collapsed and sank into the sea. This was also why 17th Heavens experts were unwilling to fight in the heavens. The power of 17th Heavens was too great, capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Roar. Black Dragon soared into the sky. The Lotus Goddess's clone followed suit. The two of them simultaneously headed for the limitless continent. Boom. In the blink of an eye, they passed through countless stars and reached the end of space-time. The countless stars here looked distorted, and everything seemed to slow down. Boom. They passed through the end of space-time and entered the heavenly demon realm. Countless heavenly demons were instantly annihilated, but the two of them didn't slow down. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the heavenly demon realm and entered the limitless continent. Rumble. Once they entered the limitless continent dissipated their power. Every trace of power that Black Dragon overflowed was instantly broken down by the limitless continent and eventually disappeared. The Lotus Goddess was the same. The two of them summoned a lot of power. One was destroyed by the limitless continent, while the other was destroyed by the limitless continent. Boom. The two of them collided and separated. You're only 16th heavens, how can you keep up with the limitless continent's consumption? The Lotus Goddess sank slightly. No, the black light outside your body is antimatter? You actually have so much? Where did it come from? The Lotus Goddess's expression changed. The antimatter stuck to the surface of his body. Although Yan Chuan's power was still dissipating with the antimatter's resistance, the speed of dissipation seemed to have slowed down a lot. Black Dragon roared and charged towards the Lotus Goddess again. Boom. Outer South Continent. The human body Yan Chuan faced his son Yan Dong-en, who was also the king of hell. Unfilial son, you want to fight with me? Yan Chuan shouted coldly. The king of hell laughed coldly. Yan Chuan, the so-called father and son, is just a layer of blood. My master is only the Lotus Goddess. Those who block my master, die. The Nether King let out a long roar as he took out a long sword and stabbed it towards Yan Chuan. Boom! The vast black sea swept over. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. The Jade Emperor's sword was drawn. Boom! The two swords collided with a loud bang. The two swords collided, and the void instantly shattered into countless pieces. Wherever the sword passed, the two's blood sea and black sea exploded. The ferocious power clashed, and the countless demons in the 10,000 Lotus Sea panicked. This power was too strong. A group of demons even thought that if they were to face it, they would definitely be finished. The ground around them was shaking. The Lotus Goddess protected the 10,000 Lotus Sea and looked coldly at the battle in the distance. The Lotus Goddess's face was gloomy, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Unfilial son. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom. Two swords flew out from beside him. They were the Grand Emperor's sword and the Emperor's sword. So what if you're an unfilial son? Ha, power of 10,000 devils, break for me. The king of hell shouted, and monstrous black flames rushed into the sky. Chapter 1526. So what if you're an unfilial son? Ha, power of 10,000 demons, break for me. The Nether King roared, and black flames shot up to the sky. The power of one world was overwhelming. The Nether King swung his sword, and hundreds of sword auras charged towards the three Emperor swords. Every sword aura from the Nether King seemed to have turned into a peerless demon, and they hit the three Emperor swords fiercely. Rumble! The void was shattered. Suddenly, the three Emperor swords were knocked back. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. The power of one world was so strong? He waved his hand. Rumble! The cypress tree suddenly spun up, and countless stars shone in the yin and yang worlds. The stars in the sky shone brightly, and the power of the stars surged into Yan Chuan's palm. Yan Chuan waved his hand. Rumble! The universe in the palm was unleashed, and countless stars surrounded the entire Black Sea. Great sky of nothingness arcane art. The rolling stars connected the stars in the sky, and the terrifying power of the stars was quickly gathered. All the stars in the shallow star layer were under Yan Chuan's control. Rumble! Under the power of the stars, the Nether King's Black Sea could not move. The power rushed towards the Nether King, as if it was rapidly squeezing the Nether King inside. Crack, crack, crack. The Nether King's body emitted a crisp sound, and the Black Sea below was quickly melting. The Nether King's face sank. Countless experts looked at Yan Chuan in shock as he mobilized the power of the stars. Great sky of nothingness arcane art? Invincible East's face sank, and he looked up at the shining stars in the sky. The cypress tree, the totem of the Bai clan, is in the first world. Zhong Shan frowned. Million Lotus Sea. Trapped. Tian Gang asked solemnly. This is the power of one world. Another demon exclaimed. Lotus God's eyes were cold, and she was waiting for something. The Nether King, who was controlled by the terrifying power, looked ferocious. The power of one world increase. The underworld king roared, and countless vines shot out from his body. As soon as the vines appeared, they were dyed black by the power of a world, and they quickly grew longer and thicker. Boom! In an instant, countless vines burst out in all directions. The powerful force of the explosion tore through the void one by one. Countless vines took root in the space surrounded by the astral power. The vines were so strong that they stopped the astral power. Ka. Countless ear-piercing noises came from the sea of star power. However, the countless stars were stuck, unable to move at all. Instantly, the pressure on the Nether King decreased. However, the Nether King could only control countless vines with all his strength. He couldn't free his hands. In the air, Yen Chuan controlled the great heavenly void arcana technique to draw upon the power of the stars in the sky. However, at this moment, he was stuck by countless vines and was unable to continue operating. Yen Chuan's gaze was cold. Is this the vine demon that I gave you back then? You got caught in your own trap, didn't you? Back then, you didn't even unlock the true power of the vine demon, and you gave it to me. Today, I'll use the vine demon to defeat you. The Nether King laughed. Unfilial son. Yen Chuan's gaze turned cold. Back then, he had given the vine demon to his son because he loved his son very much. Who would have thought that his unfilial son would turn around and attack him today? Yen Chuan, you've used up all your tricks, right? Do you think you can defeat my master? The Nether King shouted coldly. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. Boom. He stretched out his hand of Tao, and a huge white energy palm shot toward the Nether King. The Nether King shouted, and the vines surged toward the hand of Tao. Boom! Countless vines were instantly shattered. The white energy palm landed in front of the Nether King. The Nether King used countless vines to block the astral power, but he couldn't move his body at all. Boom! The hand of Tao grabbed the Nether King and pressed against his body. What? The Nether King's expression changed. Boom! The hand of Tao grabbed the Nether King, and a crystal-like light figure appeared from his body. Birth chart. Yen Chuan has the Nether King's birth chart? The expressions of the demons in the 10,000 Lotus Sea changed. The outcome of the battle was certain. Yen Chuan had won. As long as Yen Chuan exerted some force, he could crush the Nether King's birth chart. Was the Nether King dead? The Nether King's expression was extremely ugly. He had lost? His birth chart was controlled. Was he going to die? The Lotus Goddess stared at the sky. Yen Chuan would kill his son? Would Yen Chuan kill his son? Countless powerhouses widened their eyes. Even the ministers of Great Zhen were in a dilemma. They didn't know what to do. But he was the son of the Arch after all. Yen Chuan stared at the Nether King with a complicated expression. For a moment, it seemed like he couldn't do it. The Nether King's expression was ugly. Let me ask you again. Do you really not respect me as your father? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. That's impossible. I only respect you, my lord. The Nether King said stubbornly. Divine power, deprive, the power of a realm. Yen Chuan shouted at the Nether King. Boom! The Nether King's body suddenly trembled. He couldn't resist at all when his birth chart was crushed. An endless black force was about to surge out of the Nether King's body. The Nether King screamed in pain. The power of a realm? Deprive? The demons immediately panicked. Wouldn't it be terrible if his birth chart was taken away? Buzz. The Lotus Goddess suddenly disappeared. Yen Chuan activated his astral power, the hand of Tao, and the deprived divine power. However, he was also restrained by the power and couldn't move quickly. The Lotus Goddess arrived in front of the Nether King in an instant. The power of a realm was instantly stripped out of the Nether King's body. It was about to be taken away by Yen Chuan, but the Lotus Goddess was too fast. In an instant, the power of a realm was integrated and she rushed toward Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan used the deprived divine power to pull the power to himself. In an instant, the Lotus Goddess rushed over with the power. It was so fast that ordinary people couldn't see what was going on. Boom! The Lotus Goddess had already arrived in front of Yen Chuan. She thrust her palm into Yen Chuan's body. unfilial son. Yen Chuan shouted angrily. He exerted force in his hand. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the Nether King's birth chart. Countless cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. The Nether King's birth chart was broken? Yen Chuan crushed it with his own hands. The Nether King was finished? However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the Lotus Goddess had arrived in front of Yen Chuan and thrust her palm into Yen Chuan's chest. It was as if she was going to take Yen Chuan's birth chart. Explode! Yen Chuan shouted. Boom! Yen Chuan suddenly exploded. The destructive explosion, the explosion of countless astral powers, the explosion of the heavenly Tao, and the explosion of the blood sea rushed towards the proud Lotus Goddess. Boom! Even someone as strong as the Lotus Goddess was instantly sent flying. She was shocked. Yen Chuan blew himself up? In the distance, the Nether King was deprived of the power of a world. He instantly withered. Yen Chuan crushed his birth chart. At this moment, blood flowed out from his 7 orifices as he fell. The impact of Yen Chuan's explosion sent the Nether King's dying body into the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! He fell into the 10,000 Lotus Sea. At this moment, the demons looked at the Nether King with complicated expressions. Even Tiangang had a complicated expression. They had always suspected that the Nether King was Yen Chuan's spy. However, now that the Nether King's birth chart was crushed by Yen Chuan, it was clear that the Nether King was loyal to the Lotus Goddess. The demons reached out and pulled the Nether King to the front of the 10,000 Lotus Palace. Thank you, everyone, the Nether King said sorrowfully. In the distance, Yen Chuan's self-destruction caused countless experts in the world to be shocked. However, Yen Chuan's broken body quickly recovered and returned to its previous state. However, Yen Chuan no longer had blood-red hair. Instead, he had long green hair. Yen Chuan didn't die? Jian Ao said in surprise. Explosion and recovery? Yen Chuan refined the exploding beast. This is the exploding beast's ability. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. Self-explosion and recovery? Isn't such an ability invincible? No, the exploding beast has a flaw. After the explosion, it needs time to recover. Just like just now, if the Lotus Goddess reacted and destroyed all of Yen Chuan's flesh before he recovered, Yen Chuan wouldn't be able to recover. Therefore, this ability isn't invincible, Zhongshan said in a deep voice. In the distance, Yen Chuan recovered and looked at the Lotus Goddess coldly. Lotus Goddess, you finally made your move, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Haha, Yen Chuan, you can really do it? That's your son. The Lotus Goddess sneered. He's just an unfilial son, Yen Chuan said coldly. The Lotus Goddess turned her head and looked at the Nether King in the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Master, the Nether King said weakly as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice, although I'm very confident in my mind control ability, after controlling you, I have a strange feeling in my heart. Therefore I trust Tiangang more in these years. Master, I'm loyal to you. I won't regret it even if I die, the Nether King said sorrowfully. Now I believe you, the Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. Thank you, Master, the Nether King said bitterly in the 10,000 Lotus Sea. After you die, I'll let the demons give you a grand funeral, the Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. The demons answered. At this moment, the demons were no longer jealous. The Nether King's ability was obvious to all. Even Tiangang was often jealous, but the Lotus Goddess didn't believe him. At this moment, all their resentment was gone. In the distance, the battle between Yen Chuan and the Lotus Goddess continued. Divine ability, deprive. Yen Chuan reached out to grab the Lotus Goddess again. A colorful light rushed toward the Lotus Goddess and connected the two. Yen Chuan used all his strength to activate the deprived divine ability, wanting to deprive the Lotus Goddess of the power of one realm. Divine ability, mind control. The Lotus Goddess waved her hand. Boom! The Lotus Goddess emitted countless black lights. Not only did the black lights block the deprived divine light, but they also seemed to pollute the deprived divine light and attacked Yen Chuan. Mind control. The Lotus Goddess wanted to control Yen Chuan's mind. The two divine abilities clashed. The third and fifth divine abilities in the world clashed. The deprived divine ability gradually lost its advantage. It was about to be defeated by the third divine ability. The black light had already spread to Yen Chuan. Once it entered Yen Chuan's body, Yen Chuan would be controlled by the divine ability. The Lotus Goddess revealed a trace of excitement. Yen Chuan's face darkened. Divine ability, parasitism. Boom! The black light rushed toward Yen Chuan's body, but Yen Chuan's body seemed to shrink. He followed the black light and rushed toward the Lotus Goddess. In the blink of an eye, Yen Chuan disappeared. What? The Lotus Goddess's face changed. The black light dissipated, but Yen Chuan was no longer in the world. Where's Yen Chuan? Countless experts were shocked. Yen Chuan was gone? Even Zhong Shan, Dongfang Bubi, Jian Ao, and the others' faces darkened. Suddenly, Yen Chuan was gone? Where did he go? Chapter 1527. The Lotus God waved her hand and searched for Yen Chuan with the power of an entire realm, but Yen Chuan had really disappeared. Whoosh! She searched everywhere, but there was no trace of Yen Chuan. Why did he suddenly disappear? Yen Chuan, come out, the Lotus God shouted. But then, the Lotus God's right hand suddenly turned into a claw and went straight for her chest. Rip! The Lotus God tore a huge piece of flesh from her chest. Blood splattered everywhere. What? Countless overlords were shocked. The Lotus God tore a piece of her own flesh? She hurt herself? Countless cultivators in the world stared at the Lotus God. This scene was too strange, wasn't it? The Lotus Goddess was also shocked by this self-mutilation. She tore a piece of her own flesh? What's going on? That wasn't her doing. How could she hurt herself? But the piece of flesh on her right hand told her that it was all real. Did she lose control? Divine power? Parasitism? The Lotus God suddenly remembered what Yen Chuan said before he disappeared. Parasitism? Yen Chuan? Yen Chuan, it's you? The Lotus God suddenly exclaimed. Yen Chuan had parasitized her body. How was that possible? You want to control me? The Lotus God exclaimed. Sure enough, some of her black hair had turned blue. A strange divine power. Parasitism? Get out, the Lotus God shouted angrily. But since Yen Chuan was a parasite, how could he leave her body? Whoosh! Her right hand went for her chest again. Clang! The Lotus God quickly blocked it with her left hand. The Lotus God was shocked and angry. Bastard! But Yen Chuan didn't care. He kept controlling the Lotus God's body. Her right hand, left foot, right foot. The Lotus God's body was constantly under Yen Chuan's control. The divine power made the Lotus God feel cold. It wasn't that the divine power was scary. After all, no matter how powerful the divine power was, it could be avoided. What was scary was that the divine power had successfully taken effect on her. Who? Lotus deity quickly flew back to the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Boom! Around the 10,000 Lotus Sea, 10,000 Lotus Sea released a huge barrier that enveloped the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Master? All the demons cried out in shock. Get out of the way! Lotus Goddess shouted angrily. Boom! The demon was sent flying by the Lotus God. Yen Chuan, do you want me to give up my physical body and enter my consciousness to fight you? Lotus Goddess asked coldly. Yen Chuan had entered his body, but the Lotus deity was unable to attack him. At this moment, Yen Chuan, look, it's Yen Chuan. All of a sudden, Tian Gang cried out in alarm. Outside the protective barrier of the 10,000 Lotus Sea, another white-clothed Yen Chuan appeared. The white-robed Yen Chuan's silver eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. His silver eyes swept over, and a soul-stirring power gushed forth. The group of devils cried out in shock. The third Yen Chuan? The Lotus Goddess's expression was extremely ugly. With a wave of his hand, boom, the Lotus Goddess released the barrier of the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Bastard Yen Chuan, you can still use my power? The Lotus Goddess's expression changed. She quickly waved her hand, and the barrier that had just been released sealed the 10,000 Lotus Sea again. Master, that silver-eyed Yen Chuan wants to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea? Tian Gang's expression darkened. The Lotus Goddess's expression changed. She finally understood that Yen Chuan's goal was to destroy the 10,000 Lotus Sea first, then deal with her. With her around, no one would be able to break the barrier formed by the power of a realm. However, it was different now. Yen Chuan in the human body could help her break the barrier? Bastard, Yen Chuan, come out. The Lotus Goddess shouted angrily and hit her left hand that had lost control. Boom. The Lotus Goddess's hands collided. Both of them were injured, but she spat out another ray of white light. Whoosh! The barrier disappeared again. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan waved his hand. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared, and a terrifying power rushed toward the 10,000 Lotus Sea. Bastard! The Lotus Goddess's expression changed. She waved her hand again, and the barrier appeared again. Boom! The power of 3,000 heavenly Dao collided with the barrier, but the barrier only rippled a little. No, I can't stay here any longer. The Lotus Goddess's expression changed drastically. Master? The demons shouted. I have to deal with the parasitic Yen Chuan. This barrier uses the power of a realm. Even an ordinary 17th level heaven would find it difficult to break it. That Yen Chuan won't be able to break it. Stay here and wait for me to return. The Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of demons replied. Boom. The Lotus Goddess rushed out of the barrier and rushed into Wuji. Because the Lotus Goddess stayed here, sometimes her power would go out of control. Boom. The Lotus Goddess entered Wuji. Standing in the void, the Lotus Goddess's expression turned cold. Humph! With a cold snort, the Lotus Goddess stopped moving and her consciousness entered her body. The Lotus Goddess's consciousness was like a vast grassland. On the grassland, a green-haired Yen Chuan stood in it. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess's consciousness condensed into a body and appeared on the grassland. Parasitic? Good. Yen Chuan, I was fooled by you. The Lotus Goddess looked coldly at Yen Chuan opposite her. In this consciousness world, you can't use the power of a realm. Wait for me to destroy you. Yen Chuan snorted and stabbed the long sword in his hand toward the Lotus Goddess. Boom. In the Lotus Goddess's consciousness world, Yen Chuan and the Lotus Goddess fought. Outside the Million Lotuses Sea, the silver-eyed Yen Chuan crashed into the barrier several times, but he couldn't break it open. The demons looked at the sky in shock. When they saw that the silver-eyed Yen Chuan couldn't break the barrier, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were relieved. On the other side, the Nether King's spiritual essence leaked out. He was on the verge of death and his fate chart was shattered. Tian Gang, put me in the 10,000 Lotus Palace. I want to pray for the Lord before I die. The Nether King said weakly. The demons turned their heads and looked at him. Their expressions were complicated. Tian Gang's expression was even worse. He was a little embarrassed. He didn't believe that the Nether King was loyal to the Lord. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. Okay. Tian Gang reached out and brought the Nether King into the 10,000 Lotus Palace. The Nether King knelt in front of the Lotus Goddess's throne. The demons had complicated expressions. Everyone, go and guard against Yen Chuan. Don't worry about me. The Nether King smiled bitterly. The demons looked at each other, nodded, and stepped out of the palace. Although they sympathized with the Nether King, they didn't have any relationship with him. Hence, they didn't care. Clang. The door of the palace slammed shut, leaving the Nether King alone. At this moment, the Nether King took out a small hat from his palm. Golden crow nest? Pet. Although the Nether King was extremely weak, he smiled. Instantly, figures appeared from the small hat. At the front was Miao, Mou Shi, and the others. Miao. You're finally out. Miao shouted. Dong En. Mou Shi quickly grabbed the weak Nether King. Mother, it's finally done. I finally gained the Lotus Goddess's trust. The Nether King said weakly. Don't say anything. Mother is here to save you. Your father is also proud of you. Mou, she said immediately. N. The Nether King said proudly. Heavenly Fate Reincarnation. Boom. The power of reincarnation was controlled by Mou Shi. It quickly entered the Nether King's body and repaired his fate. When a fate was broken, it wouldn't dissipate completely. It was rare for it to be repaired, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be repaired. In the past, the Snake Emperor of the Great Jin snake race also had his fate broken. In the past, the Great Jin Queen Zizi's fate was damaged by Gue Guzi. In the end, Yen Chuan and Mou Shi killed Gue Rilai and obtained the Heavenly Fate Reincarnation. They also saved Zizi. It was the same now. Although the Nether King's fate was broken, with his mother Mou Shi around, it could be repaired. Rumble. Soon, the Nether King's fate was repaired. Crack, crack, crack. The Nether King's body crackled as his fate was restored. My son, is it done? Mou Shi asked worriedly. The Nether King clenched his fist and said excitedly, It's done, it's done. Meow. What are you and your father doing? I'm confused. Meow looked at the Nether King in shock. Wasn't the Nether King controlled? How could he be fine? The Nether King waved his hand and a vine appeared in his palm. It's a vine demon. The Nether King said confidently. Vine demon? Meow looked at the vine demon with her eyes wide open. It's a vine demon. The vine demon is a peerless divine weapon. It already has spirituality and is one with me. Sometimes, it can even be my substitute. When the Lotus God used mind control on me, the vine demon replaced me. The vine demon was controlled, but I wasn't. Although the vine demon and I are one, it's different. The Nether King smiled. Every time the Lotus God used mind control to send a message, the vine demon would receive it and I would receive it. That's why I could hide it. The Nether King said in a deep voice. Meow. You liar. So you pretended to be controlled by the Lotus God from the beginning? Meow said in shock. The Nether King smiled. When I was young, my father taught me with all his heart. I naturally knew how to do many things. Back then, I knew that the Lotus God and my father hated each other. So, when the vine demon was controlled, I made a prompt decision to hide it from the Lotus God. Child, it's been hard on you. Mou, she said gently. It's still considered a success, ha. The Nether King laughed. Meow, then how did Yen Chuan know? He even lent me the black gold nest and secretly gave it to you during the battle just now? Meow did not understand. During the collision of the four realms, I rushed into Xianyang with a group of evil demons. At that time, it was my mother who was fighting with me. At that time, I secretly sent a letter to her. So, that's how we connected. The Nether King said. Meow, you guys really know how to act. Meow said. I had no choice. Although the Lotus God used mind control, she was still worried about me. I was unable to gain the Lotus God's absolute trust, so I used this trick. In the end, the Lotus God believed me. The Nether King said in a deep voice. But you were in so much danger just now. Meow said. Danger and benefits coexist. My father taught me a long time ago. This is the core of the Lotus God. Next, it's up to us. Mother, did my father tell me anything? The Nether King looked at Mou Shi. Mou Shi smiled bitterly. This was because Mou Shi realized that this son was closer to his father. As a mother, she was a little jealous. However, Mou Shi was not too conflicted. After all, when Yen Chuan was young, she was not by his side. It was Yen Chuan who brought him up bit by bit. These people were all prepared by your father. Mou Shi pointed at the unfamiliar faces behind her. Chapter 1528. These people were prepared by your father. Mou Shi pointed to a group of unfamiliar faces behind her. Them. Yen Dong, and showed a look of surprise. Because the cultivation of this group of people was too low. They were only ordinary earth immortals. Outside. Boom! Silver-eyed Yen Chuan once again attacked the bounded domain, but the bounded domain was too powerful and could not be broken. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan looked coldly at the inside of the bounded domain. Ha, break, Yen Chuan, break. A devil leader laughed. 10,000 lotuses see is fine, Yen Chuan will die. No matter how many Yen Chuan you have. Tiangang also laughed. Some of the devils clamored with silver-eyed Yen Chuan, while others were extremely calm. Quang! The door of 10,000 lotuses palace opened. Everyone was slightly stunned, but they did not care. He was just a dying man. Eastern High Priest. Lord of Hell called weakly from inside the palace. Eastern High Priest frowned and looked at Lord of Hell. Oh, Lord of Hell is about to die, there is one thing I want to tell you. Lord of Hell said weakly. Oh. Eastern High Priest frowned. Before the four realms were united, a treasure appeared in the eastern continent of the great evil world. The Lord ordered a strict investigation, but there was no result. That day, I happened to be at the Ice Thunder Peak, or... Lord of Hell said weakly. But when he said this, Eastern High Priest's face changed. Oh, I remember, that person is you, huh? Eastern High Priest laughed, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Everyone looked curiously. Everyone, you continue to guard the bounded domain to prevent Yen Chuan from rushing in. Lord of Hell is about to die, I will make a sacrifice for him, so that he will not die so painfully. Eastern High Priest said immediately. Everyone outside the palace was slightly puzzled, but in the end they did not take it seriously. Quang! Eastern High Priest quickly walked into 10,000 Lotuses' palace and closed the door. His face was ferocious. Lord of Hell, what do you mean? Do you want to report me? Eastern High Priest looked cold. The Lord has never been stingy with heavenly treasures, but the Lord hates it when people deceive him. Eastern High Priest, you have deceived the Lord and coveted the heavenly treasure. Nether King said weakly. The Eastern High Priest looked ferocious. Hey, who else knows besides you? The Nether King pointed at the door. The Eastern High Priest turned his head subconsciously. He saw a gray-robed man standing at the entrance of the hall. Why was there suddenly another person? Fortunately, his cultivation was not high. Earth Immortal? The Earth Immortal suddenly opened his arms wide. What are you doing? East High Priest was puzzled. Exchange. The Earth Immortal suddenly shouted. Boom. A blue light connected the Eastern High Priest and the Earth Immortal, and suddenly the two people were fixed. Ah. East High Priest's face changed. Boom. In an instant the Eastern High Priest was able to move again, but at a glance, he was standing opposite him. When he looked at his body, he realized that he had become an Earth Immortal. What's going on? Eastern High Priest suddenly exclaimed. Boom. The Nether King reached out and restrained the Eastern High Priest. What? You are actually fine, didn't your fate shatter? The Eastern High Priest exclaimed. He saw a small hat not far away. A group of people suddenly appeared. My fate is already good. The Nether King smiled coldly. How can it be? The Eastern High Priest exclaimed. First, take him into the black gold nest. The Nether King said in a deep voice. Exchange beasts? Is it an exchange of beasts? Eastern High Priest suddenly understood everything. The Earth Immortal who exchanged his body was not a cultivator at all, but the world's sixth god king. He had been exchanged? No matter how the Eastern High Priest shouted, he was only an Earth Immortal now. How could he resist? Soon, the exchanged Eastern High Priest was taken into the black gold nest. Meow, exchange beasts, how did Yen Chuan create so many? Meow was surprised. Father created them? The Nether King also looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi nodded. Your father went to a place and brought back a large amount of antimatter. He used the antimatter to create the exchange beasts. Ah, that's great. The Nether King laughed. Outside, the group of demons looked at the silver-eyed Yen Chuan. That pair of silver eyes seemed to be able to see through their souls. Even if their cultivation was high, they still felt a chill in their hearts. Boom. The door of the 1,000 Lotus Palace opened again. Western High Priest, Northern High Priest, come here. The Eastern High Priest said. The group of demons revealed a strange expression. What's wrong? The Nether King is about to die, he has something to give us. The Eastern High Priest said. The demons were surprised. The Western High Priest and Northern High Priest immediately walked over. They had a good relationship with the Eastern High Priest. Now that there were benefits, they naturally nodded without hesitation. Quang. The door of the palace closed again. At this moment, the demons outside the palace were in an uproar. What is it? Could it be the treasure of the Nether King? The demons were envious. At the same time, they were jealous. Why did the Nether King give it to the 3 high priests and not to them? Quang. The door of the palace opened again. The Eastern High Priest, Western High Priest, and Northern High Priest looked at the demons. 8-armed Naga, 4-faced Demon King, 3-eyed Demon Dragon, Giant Bat King, come in. This treasure needs to be taken by everyone, the Eastern High Priest said. Coming. The 4 Demon Kings were overjoyed. They ignored the curiosity of the demons and quickly entered the palace. Boom. The door of the palace closed again. What kind of treasure is it? That's right. Only 7 peerless experts can obtain it? What is it? The demons scratched their ears and cheeks, and their eyes turned red from jealousy. Although they did not see it, they knew that it needed so many experts to take it. It was obvious how important the treasure was. But why did they get a share but not them? Tian Gang and the other experts were anxious and expectant. They even felt like barging in. Quang. The door of the palace opened again. The demons in the palace had bitter expressions. How is it? What treasure is it? The demons outside the palace shouted. The Western High Priest sighed softly and said, the treasure is too important. We still cannot unseal it. We need 8 more people. The 8 of you, come and help. Alright. The 8 demons that were pointed out were pleasantly surprised. Wait, what is it? The other demons shouted like a swarm of bees. However, the demons in the palace did not care. The 8 demons that came in later naturally ignored the cries of those behind them. Quang! The doors of the palace closed again. The demons outside the palace no longer cared about silver-eyed Yen Chuan. A treasure that can only be opened by 15 peerless experts? Could it be the treasure of the first epic's exceptional experts? It must be. The Nether King is so lucky. How did he get the first epic's treasure? Why are you not letting me in? As everyone clamored, the doors of the palace opened again. The demons outside went crazy. You still can't open it, right? I'll do it. I'll help. Everyone shouted. As expected, they still couldn't open it. The Eastern High Priest chose another dozen people. Time after time, he called for people to enter the palace, but the number of peerless experts outside the palace decreased. However, after the last call, only Tian Gang was left outside the palace. I'll help you. Tian Gang shouted and wanted to enter the palace. No, the Nether King said I can't let you in. You have harmed him too much in the past. The Eastern High Priest said. Tian Gang's face froze. The group of demons glared at Tian Gang, not letting him in. After all, there was a treasure to be divided. Everyone's attitude changed. Tian Gang was helpless and could only wait. Tian Gang might be strong, but he was not strong enough to fight against all the demons. Quang. The doors of the palace closed, leaving Tian Gang alone outside the palace. Inside the palace, the exchange of beasts was done quickly. Although some demons were alerted, they were surrounded by the exchange of beasts. They were immediately restrained. In the blink of an eye, all the demons were controlled. Meow, why don't you let Tian Gang in? Meow was puzzled. He is a transcending realm expert. He shouldn't be able to exchange. The Nether King shook his head. Meow nodded. Outside the palace, Tian Gang looked at the palace and then looked at the silver-eyed Yen Chuan outside. Tian Gang, are you willing to join my Great Shin? The silver-eyed Yen Chuan said solemnly. Great Shin is about to be destroyed. You still want to recruit me? Tian Gang said with disdain. The silver-eyed Yen Chuan stared coldly at Tian Gang and did not persuade him anymore. The rational Yen Chuan was not good at persuading people to surrender. Quang. At this moment, the Thousand Lotus Palace opened again. Tian Gang immediately turned his head, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Tian Gang knew how valuable the treasures of the first era were. Both he and the Lotus God relied on the treasures of the first era to transcend. He had lost the Sword of Force. It would be great if he had another treasure from the first era. Now that the palace was opened, would the demons be able to succeed? Tiangang hoped that the demons would ask him for help. However, it was different this time. Tiangang saw the Nether King. "You, aren't you going to die?" Tiangang exclaimed. "You are the one who is going to die." The Nether King was in a good mood as he slowly stepped out of the palace. Did he look like someone who was going to die? What's going on? Tiangang was puzzled. Immediately after, the East High Priest, West High Priest, North High Priest, and a group of demons walked out. At this moment, the demons were standing behind the Nether King as if they were listening to his orders. "East High Priest, West High Priest, what's with your eyes? Why are you showing hostility to me?" Tiangang looked at the demons in surprise. Each and every one of them looked at him with hostility? Tiangang wasn't the only one who was puzzled. All the experts in the world who saw this were puzzled. Isn't the Nether King about to die? Why are those demons following behind the Nether King? Countless people looked over in confusion. The Nether King smiled coldly at Tiangang. "Tiangang, a wise man submits to circumstances. Didn't you hear Yendi's words just now?" The Nether King smiled faintly. Yan Chuan's words? Tiangang suddenly turned his head to look at Yan Chuan, who was outside the barrier. "What do you mean? You betrayed the Lord?" Tiangang's face changed. The Nether King didn't mind and smiled coldly. At this moment, Tiangang felt that something was wrong. "You guys are crazy. Why aren't you guys capturing the Nether King? He betrayed the Lord." Tiangang exclaimed. "I said before that a wise man submits to circumstances. Have you forgotten? They have all submitted to Emperor Dejun." The Nether King said faintly. "Buzz." Tiangang felt a roar in his head. "Impossible! Impossible! Did you all betray His Majesty? No, I must be dreaming." Tiangang exclaimed. He was about to collapse. "This isn't real? How can this be real? Everyone betrayed the Lotus God and joined Yan Chuan? This is impossible." The scene in front of him completely overturned Tiangang's view of the world. "Take him down." The Nether King shouted coldly. Boom. The demons immediately pounced on Tiangang. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.